Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Hawker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. What's up with everybody out there? Yo. Hope y'all can hear me loud and clear. Having some fun. I just woke up and got on my hip hop hype. Just doing my thing, you know what I mean? Well, let's go. We're going to have another good show. Thanks for tapping in, tuning in to the Smash Rockwell show. Come on, microphone. Let me see. Mic check. There we go. Thank y'all. And what we about to do is chill. Play this slapper. Put a comment up. I see you, human. I see the sheriff. I see Chef in the building. What's up, Gaddafi, Christoph, Yerk, Archers, Arrows, up. We're going to have some fun today. I got a treat for y'all. When my artistry come out, it get ugly.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed going in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat, crack a nose turned up. Machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back. She fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car. Or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns. Banana clips and cannabis. And bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down. You ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I moonlight, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees. And still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South. We're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Slappers. Boy makes slappers. That's DJ Teray right there. Sister Amina, shout out to you.
Black people, are you ready to revolt?
That's a good song. I hope y'all like it. What's up? Let me see. I'm going to say what's up real quick to the people. Then I'm going to get off the screen. I don't be liking this be on the screen all the time. I'll be chilling at the house. I ain't even dressed. What up, though? Peace to y'all, everybody. Let's get it in. Just like that. Now, ain't like I've been looking at this text all night or nothing. What I've been studying, I probably got up about 4 in the morning. What I've been, shout out to whoever just subscribed to the channel. Appreciate that, Joe. What I just, was looking at, y'all know it was Mo Kemet stuff, of course. Studying that for hella years. But I think it's something wrong with my presentation. Because cats, for some reason, don't be hearing what I'm saying when I say it. So I was going through the knowledge. Hold on real quick. Let me just, I guess I got to give y'all. All right, cool. Mic check 1, 2. I'm back. All right, so I was looking at Mo Kemet. And I was looking at stuff. And so I want to show y'all some stuff. What I was saying about my presentation, especially when we talk about Kim and Kemet so much, I thought by now that at least the people who I've been, we've been studying for a long time. I don't know, there's no reason why I see stuff that other people can't see. So I'm about to, you know what? Let me play a blapper for y'all. I was chilling this morning. I felt like, y'all know we could hit y'all from all angles, right? We match our archers. I bet you enjoy this. I hope you enjoy this. Let's see. We're going to come at them like this. You feel me? I don't like being like, I ain't going to go out lazy. I'm always going to work. We're going to slap that up there and slap this up here. Wait, real quick, hold on. Don't even trip off your partner. I don't know why I'm leaking like that, though. Because I made some new screens, and now I'm looking all over for the screen I normally be using is this one. All right, let's go on and have a little brief another intermission while I serve y'all off with a hot treat real quick. Let's go.
Melodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. And it let her hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kenneth like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check 'em. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You did. Magi archers.
You don't fuck with that boy.
Oh my God. If you ain't Sonetta.
Yeah. Woo! There you have it in this motherfucker. Now go get your best friend. Can't find one that can fuck with that boy. Nigga, I'll immortalize you. Matter of fact, bring that back.
Melodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. And it let her hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot,
and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Madjai was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. I can really turn off the stream. Alright, we're gonna come back with the next show because they already just super all the way dead completely. Just felt like having some fun this morning, express my feelings. You know what I'm saying? It's a good way to vent, use that music. Then you ain't really even gotta, you ain't really gotta say nothing. What's up in the building? It is going down. Yes, sir. I had to cook up a treat for y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed that. People who like rhymes and lyrics and wordplay. It's all good. It's all fun. But this smash rock Wellington is elegance, please believe. That shit just get better. You feel me? Now, what's up? They was talking about that black, right? So I think they misunderstood me a lot of times. So I take the blame for that. You know what I mean? I take the blame for that. I don't think it's your fault. Because maybe I, in my presentation, failed to acknowledge a few things. So I'm not about to run through all this. I'll just go over the things I failed to acknowledge. All right? We know all of this. We know all of that. Shout out to Dead Perry on the track. You know, he's still working through hip hop, and I'm just like, it's like hobby for me. I just make YouTube kill you. I could have that. I ain't even gonna put that on the Instagram. I put that on Instagram. Rappers will go crazy. I just be chilling. Oh, let me see. So when we got to these parts, specifically when we started talking about people who called themselves black, I apologize for not doing a very good job explaining this to people. Because you have to be honest to the research, and you can't you can't go past the data, right? But by no means have mean to limit what may have really occurred and what we need to ask ourselves what the probabilities were of these occurrences. And so when showing slides like this, I didn't ever have time to break down the full slide for y'all. I never break down what it means over here. So I'm going to take y'all to the source of this information so people can see more clearly how they be tripping. They crazy, bro. Look. So these are the spellings they find, and they have 2 attestations of these spellings. When they find these spellings, these 2 attestations are 2 separate people. In the dossier, where they classify who's who, They tell us how many repeat instances they have of the same person. All right. So this slide where we see a person named Takemi, when we look to the right, they found 3 royal inscriptions, tombs, stelae, papyri, or anything of the such. And most often, tombs and stelae, but we can look at all that information. And they come with these attestations. This is from the work of Herman Rank again. And so this don't represent one person right here. This is 3 attestations, all right? Now when we talk about that, the part that just people not being fair and honest to the conversation will not like to consider is that every ancient Egyptian was not buried in a tomb. Every ancient Egyptian was not royal. But if we look through the annals of Egypt and we looked at how names were used, we can understand that we could just go to the city you from. If a prominent, bossy person takes on a nickname or epithet, others under that stature will find a way to assume that name or epithet, nickname, whatever you want to call it. Here they find it actually not amended to the name, but as the root of the name. And on this slide again, we have the dark one for Takemi. Okay. Now we have the name as a demonstrative pronoun plus an attribute, comma, physical quality. The only physical quality we can extract from this term would come from the root, KM, which means black or dark. Scholars Herman Rank opted to dark, and this is the work you see here. All right, the gender of all of these attestations was female. All right. Now, that was the big misunderstanding, and so when we go into the actual digitized website, Persons and Names of the Middle Kingdom, where you can do the work for yourself if you want to try to refute me, go on and pop everything in there. You know, I ain't gonna just hop out there with a question you can ask so readily and easily. You don't play chess. So when you play chess, how often do you anticipate the move that your move will bring from your opponent? How about the move that your move will bring from your opponent after he responds to that initial move? How far do you go thinking algorithmically in a chess match? When you realize that chess is like life, how do you add that to your knowledge base? Do you add it to each? I mean, it should, if the wise has those principles underlying every discourse. Like how your parents knew how to ask a question and make you accidentally think on yourself. That still happens in discourse and in debate. If we don't understand this, we don't know. So I know all y'all, the simple mind algorithmic inquiry to whether black people or people in Kemet call themselves black. One of the simple-minded inquiries you're going to get is, have you looked at the other colors? And just to be honest about my thought train. Of course. Why would I get on the internet and I only looked at black? So I can leave an opening for you just so easily just to say, look at red, look at green. That's what I'm saying. Cats don't got enough time. So when we come to the source, we start to learn more things. Okay? All different. Again, let's just have some fun. Let's go to what you call white. Heads, right? We can do it both ways. Capital D, capital H, lowercase h, so people won't think the fix is in. You feel me? There go two, hedge, poo. Is this hedge? They go a hedge, right? What's this say? A subject plus poo. Now, I'm not doing this work. The scholar's doing this work. We could take a hedge to mean something shining or white, right? How many attestations they have when you go to personal names? We came down here, 2, okay? A female and a male. His name is Sin Hedget. But let's go to the first one, the female. Hedge Poo. That is shining, or something like that. How did they classify this name? Name type, subject plus poo. Poo means that is. So whatever that is the hedge. It's a hedge. That is a hedge that is shining. Notice the scholars did not say this name was indicative of a physical attribute or a personal quality or whatever they said, right? So that's your hedge. Let's do the capital H. Even though this is out of question, but let's do it. All right. Let's go. He did not turn, so she of silver, right? She of silver. Let's go and look and see if they say that was talking about what they're supposed to be talking about. Now this is what I want you to see here. When we come here and to say 13, that's 13 different people. That's 12 different people. That's 4 different people. If y'all wanted to try to mess this up, as I'm going to show y'all, y'all could try to say, this is people calling themselves white. Now look at how the scholars do it with the names. Name type, compound with genitive adjective ni, reference to a precious metal. See? Or stone. For these attestations, where we see it was this many people that they find called net hedge. Okay? The one of silver, the one who belongs to the shine, if you want to give it that. She of silver. They telling you this is a reference to a precious metal. Okay? We could keep going down to all the different ones. Let's see if any of them try to say something about light, the light one, or a one who is light. The daughter of Hedge Hotel. All of the definitions are over here. It will allow you to just zoom through it. She of silver. You see? Now we could take Ta Hedget and try to make that like Ta, the girl we find who was Ta Kemet. Because if Hedge is going to be your white, closest thing to white, all you got to do is go into the Medu Neter. And they show you shining here. You see the rays of the sun? And you see land for Ta. You see, so this is why we have to scrutinize this like this. So none of these scholars have even, as we see here, they're not going to say this means somebody is light, silver. All right. Now this is the one that you could say it's just hedge, right? It's still, let's see how they categorize this name. Reference to a precious metal, okay? So this is, just us only trying to be fair to the conversation. We go to Waj, I guess, right? We'll find a few people call themselves green, and they might say it's toponymic. So Waj is the closest we probably, unless someone could recommend me in the chat, Waj is probably the closest we come to a green. All right. The great green. Waj was a person. Name derived from a toponym, okay, or ethnonym. So when we stay within the ropes of the scholarship, we can't go say, they go the green person. No, they say that's the ethnonym toponym. We could go through the list, and I'm sure you've done this plenty of times. You could go to everyone, how she is flourishing. You could even go to see if they say how she is would make sense. How she is green. Green would mean new or something, but they will keep telling you third person or verbal form referring to the name bearer, how she is flourishing. All right? Go through them to be consistent to make sure you're just not focusing on black. The gold is flourishing. This is Nebu M. Waj. So if you read that like green, it'll say that's green gold. That'll be fake gold. Let me see. Would would that she flourish? So I mean, I don't have to. You can see it on the screen. Now the ones you might want to go to is daughter of the great green. The great green. They're gonna tell you toponymic. Sati toponym. All right. So let's stay within the ropes before we go outside the lines. The flourishing one. So this will be cognate. I mean, with the dark one. I want y'all to see this. Look, Ta Wajet. What did I just show on my slides? Ta Kimi. You see? So it's almost the same because it ain't Ta Waj E. What is Ta Wajet? The flourishing one with green and with black, the scholars concluded here, the dark one. All right. Now, again, here they don't put on a precious stone, reference to a toponym. They say physical quality and an attribute. So the part I wanted people to grasp, we'll get to it the most. You see, they have one person called that. And so you might see this list and think it's as plentiful. So here are the attestation numbers. So if we scrolling through, you can see what they was called the most. Watch who 17 times, 24 watch, 24 just watches, right? Which you would say, oh, so this person called green. Now you would want to look at how they got this name classified, both genders with no classification, all right? So if you want to be like, was people, yeah, you could show these attestations and say, let's classify these, since the scholars have not. All right, let's go to red. And again, feel free to, I promote people using these tools that are simple to use. They're a lot simpler if you know the transliteration, but you don't have to always deal with the transliteration. So we're looking at this just share red, and we see two options, right? And then we can see how many attestations. It's only going to give us 4. We're not really even got to go into that. But let's see if one of these people was saying they was the red person, right? It's not even telling us for some strange reason. It will be amongst us. This says our Jasher, great red, but the R should be behind the Jasher. So I don't know what they're trying to say here. Red, great. And this is Jasher 3 times by itself for personal names. All right. So when we said people wasn't really trying to be called red, they kind of really wasn't. I don't know how to do blue because I don't know no color for blue. I'll go Kim now, which is how they would say black. Now I got to say how they would say. See, when I was just doing red and yellow, I was like, that's why that's red. I ain't getting sensitive with black. Now let's look at these. Akemi. They're not about to say this is no physical quality. Kemet. Name ain't classified as a physical quality. Akemu. If we look into this Kimu, we can find plenty of texts. Even in the 1974 symposium, Sir Sazaran said, but this is Akimu, but Sir Sazaran said, Kemetiu ain't how ancient Egyptians would have said that they was black people. He said they would have said Kimu. This was an opponent, not really opponent joke, but person not in full agreement with him. Now, we should look at some of these. And I pulled up this earlier from the museum. They have this classified as a theophoric name. So this don't mean the Lord of Blackity Black. But his name is Neb Kim Way. Some would say how black, because Way will give you how, or is giving you this plurality. Here they're saying, don't attribute this name because it's theophoric. Neb Kim Kim. They're saying it's talking about the black god Kim. All right, thank you. IRTYW. I'm about to put that in there. And we got some results. One result. So somebody got this blue on there. Listen what they say. They don't classify this as a physical quality or attribute. That's the main thing I'm trying to trip off to see if they're saying that these names got to do with the appearance of the person. Now, they say daughter of Kim. Reggie showed this last night. And I went and looked at this too. This means they only got this one. And I went and looked at it. Oh, I got it open still. Let me see. It's still open. It was in this book, but why did I flip off the page? How you get back? So let me show you how you can just do it. Right here, they're going to give you the attestations. That's in the TLA, right? They linked it with the TLA too, so I could TLA you by just going to click bow. They linked it to the new TLA. So that's really some good work. But if you come and look into it, you're going to get the real Evander Holyfield. Let me see right here. So you get the bibliography right, and this Budge book. Now, so I should look for 53, 54. Yeah, now when I go to 53, 54, you got to see it. See who can find it. It's just the homework we be having to do. Let me see. And this is a whole good-ass Budge book we never end. He basically got heck of stuff. He went and transliterated heck of stuff. So I was looking through this. Wait, this ain't it? It's supposed to be 53, 54. I think it's plate 30. I remember. Plate 30. That's all my memory. Hold on. 7, 20, plate. That ain't plate 30. Plate 30. Here we go. Now watch. Here goes Sati Kemet right here. Do your homework. Boy, where she at? I'm showing you. I'm making it way too easy. I had to go like this. Y'all go like this too. Feel me? Now where she at? All right, look. She right here, Sati Kemet, right? So let's see if they were saying Kemet. See how they even put the fix in? They don't say nothing about the land of Kemet. They be trying to get you, bro. Tell me I'm wrong. Sati Kemet right in your face. But she my Akaru. They didn't put the the 049 determinative. Homework. I know that was loud, but come on now. Homework. Did she? Yeah, she's still the daughter of Kemet. All right, well, I ain't mad at that. Let's go look at some Kemets on here. Let's see what some other Kemets on here. I ain't even know Kemets on here. So let's just do all the. So if y'all know how I'm speed reading, I speed read Metal Nature by knowing if we're looking for a word for a location, I'm only looking for the 049 glyphs. So let me show you what I'm doing. Right? There go 049. This is Jedu, right? Okay, so that's one location. Here go 049. I think this is Netter Neb. What? So this is Netter Neb, the great god and the lord of Abu, right? This Abu. Let me know in the chat if this is Abu, right? I see that X. I know how to read this, and we see these a lot, so I don't even have to look at that. We're looking for locations. Next, you either going to use this. So this is how you would do it in speed, super speed reading, I call it. I mean, I don't recommend nobody trying that unless you just know the meta nature. But I would say X marks the spot to let you know on here where a location is on this text. All right. And so now I'm just looking for the X in the circle, and I ain't seeing no more. And then secondarily, I'm looking for hills, these 3 hills that look like an E looking on his back. Now, before I, obviously, and then you could try and read these about some births, and here comes some other daughter down here, and she got some Hotep, Ma'akaru, but I don't like to slow down just to, if I'm looking for something. And I don't see no other land ever being mentioned in none of this, right? No Kemet got mentioned in it, right? No land of Kemet got mentioned in this. To deduce from this that this Kemet we see right here makes her the daughter of Kemet. She could be the daughter of Kemet. This could be a Kim feminized. Y'all don't understand. Dang, never mind. People don't like that, huh? Let's talk about grammar. And you don't have to know the meta nature. You're just gonna follow something. And it's gonna be like, dang, you making this stuff too easy. I'm messing up some classes. I don't want to mess up no classes. I want to mess up nothing for nobody. All right. Magi archers are defenders. Once the heat go away, they don't be excited no more. You feel me? All right, I gotta just get it right on my screen. So I mean, I would do a full reading of this for the fun of it. This wouldn't be hard to hella read. Most of these glyphs is just copies from all over the place. So look, when we talk about the grammar of this, first let's look at him so y'all can really see I ain't tripping. Now, a lot of us won't know what we see at the top of here. Only the true people who read the text don't know what we see at the top of here. This right here, damn, excuse me. That's a short. That's because you got to start knowing the shorthand. So that is Emmy art, really. The person didn't want to draw he could have drew hella stuff here. The whole word would be hecka long. Would have probably took the whole column. The second thing he could have put was just a M and a R, what the Moors think mean more. So if you knew the glyphs and you was on your Moorish hype, you would know that this was the same thing right here. And it means a commander of some sort. It goes back to that being the tongue, but not of a human. But it goes back to what is in the mouth. Now I got to show it because people think I'm making it up. So what I'm going to type here is Emmy, and then I'll put a R. Emmy R. Okay, they don't want to give me Emmy R, so I'm just going to put Emmy, right? And then we'll lead to Emmy. It'll lead us to Emmy R. And what we'll see is these other Emmys, not the Emmy that they're showing you now. But we talk about this plenty of time. Actually, they want me to put a Y on here. Let's see. There we go. Now here we come. Oh, just let me get through it. Emmy. So that already belonging to is deriving from this one. Those who are in, but you'll see it even better. Emmy, those who are in is going to go down to the root is which is that which is in. And speaking of a commander, it is that which is in his mouth, his commands, right? So we're going to show you. Belonging to, now this is the real one, this Emmy right here. Who is in, coming from, we'll see, I mean, it's rooted to that which is in, you're going to see. Now Emmy, you see it's still the Emmy, but then they put a mouth, and you get commander. Emmy, this is literally a mouth, that which is in the mouth, his mouth, the mouth of who? Overseer, commander, keeper, supervisor. So Emmy and this was like, that's what they get. Emmy the overseer. Emmy madjai.shop. Let me see. And so now it will still show us one who will come, because they put that Emmy cat. But that's like one who will come with things. Futures, oh well, they did not say with things. At the forefront, that's a different Emmy hot. Emmy Ab is the favorite. But this Emmy who is in control, who is in charge. Notice they didn't show it with the tongue yet. And that's why you got to know the meta nature. Because the tongue is a short version of this. Believe it or not. But it's that one tongue. It's not a human tongue. It's like a bull tongue, I think. So I wish Jamil was around. He probably still in Kemet or recovering from his trip. But he'd probably be able to tell me what that was real hella fast so I could show you. Let me see. Who is in? But anyway, we would know that this is another version, a shorthand version of that, and it goes into the hieratic. And this, now, as much as I knew about this top one, This looks sort of like a Depeche boat, but I don't think it is. A Depeche boat, but I don't think it is. So if y'all reading this, I got the Emmy. I think this is Depeche, and then we got Sade talking about a man, right? And then he's a royal man, right? And then look at this. This is what we want. I didn't want to read it. I wanted to show you the grammar. The grammar encased here to show that this is a masculine sentence structure. You don't see no feminine T's on nothing. And specifically, this is a man when we see the S here for sa without a, and then we see actually 5 strokes under it. Now we have to be, now let's see what my bro just said. He said, what, can you define that for me, Chris? Oh, I can just pop it in the dictionary. W-H-A-W. Thank you. I'm gonna pop it in the dictionary. So that's how we use the transliteration that people put in the chat. If you're using this dictionary, which is Vigus's dictionary, all of the people who contribute help too. So fisherman, nah, we gotta find it with that boat. So I just knew the boat was a Depeche, but you knew the whole turn that they was actually talking about a fisherman. But this, let me tell you what I was talking about. DPT. I know you know, but that's what I thought was the same. You see the same determinative? I mean, not determinative, the same, I mean, same glyph. But now we see in the other Depeche boat. So when I looked here, I said Depeche, thinking that was the Depeche boat, but you saying that it was Wa'a, which is relating him to being a fisherman. I'm not mad at that. All right, and then this is Sa, so he's the commander of the fishermen. That's why we got this man and then these 5. If it was 3, we'd take it as plurality. But since it went beyond 3, I want y'all to tell me we might have to take this as the actual number 5. So he would be in control of some 5 fishermen? That sounds weird. But it should only be 3 if they wanted to say plurality, and they went 2 strokes further. Y'all could talk about that. But yep, fisherman, shout out to you. So now we got something for royalty here. In my memory, it is like a SPS, a capital SPS. See, in order for scholars to not have to say those SPS and stuff, they start saying, you see like this nobleman sitting in the chair? Is the one we looking at sitting in the chair? Yeah, he's sitting in the chair. So that lets you know they royalty. Now check this out. Here's where we get to the grammar. This word mess is a word we know if we ever looked at Ramsey's name, right? So we see mess don't got a T on it either. Yeah, thank you for the SSP. I put SPS and still found it though. So I think, but I know both versions. But that's at Tomb Chapel. But we got the nobleman, the wealthy man. If you put SSP, we also should get something similar. But maybe that was the 2 was mixed up. I think it was SPS. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so let me see. Right here we got mess. And pay attention to this mess being masculine, because the sentence structure is masculine. He's the fisherman, not fisherwomen, and something noble, a noble birth here. Or maybe they the noble fisherman, born, right? Born in, but this born of, this isn't a location because they didn't put nothing to make us think this is a location. So this is Asi. They born of Asi. I don't know what's up with that. Born of Asi, right? Asi. Now we can look at what Asi is in the dictionary, but I'm not gonna go too far. But I'm not gonna look it up. If y'all want to look it up, it is ISI or YSY. Some transliteration, maybe JSJ. But ISI should work. Because under that we got Ma'akaru, true of voice. Right? So that's talking about him right here. So let's go to her sentence. You see the T already? Right? Born Issy, who is true of voice. Yep. Now you see the T already? The T ain't what we start with, but the T is what I'm pointing out first. We start with this moot bird. Let me just make it easy with the moot goddess. See, this is what that is. Right? The goddess Moot, where we get Moot in the chair. See Moot? But the T, the Moot vulture, but the T is in a different place here on Moot, the femininity egg, and a woman, right? Someone could say that on a femininity egg. But it don't matter. We chilling and we learn together, right? When we stay in formation, we get information. When we get out of information, it's because you ran out of information. They get out of formation because they ran out of information. That's why they're not in formation with no information. Broke the formation. Here go Moot right here. F. Moot F. Mootef. His mother. But I don't think she's his mother. Let's keep reading. Issy. Yes, she's definitely his mother. See? There go his name. Remember we was trying to figure out what the Issy was? And Chris figured out this born. He's born of Issy. So either he was born of Issy or born at, this N never really holds the position of as. But let's just keep peeping game. He could be born Issy or born of Issy. Now this is his mother, Issy, right? So that's Issy mama, I think. And you see that right there. Now look at the mess over here. Mess with a T, okay? Matching the gender of Moot here. All right? And actually matching the gender of the main character being spoken about. See that T? Now let me show y'all what I showed you from him. See this mess from Ramses? I'm just trying to remind people. Now we see that T. I'm going to open up the chat. You see this T right here? Now you see this mess without the T. That's the difference between masculine and feminine. All right? So why am I showing y'all that? Because her name appears to be Sati Kemet. Well, let's talk about it here. The grammar, she's Kemet and not just Kim, I could propose, because of the grammatical structure of the sentence. See? So they trying to fix you in because we ain't supposed to know this much and say she definitely is the daughter of Kemet. Well, my first evidence is that she's not the daughter of Kemet is because it don't got no circle 049 determinative. X marks the spot. That were employed right here when he wanted us to know they talking about a location. Right? Here's another, my second evidence is, since we all just witnessed the grammatical structure, not the grammatical structure, but at least the genitival, you know, how this is, I mean, basically showing gender is what I should have said. Right? Right? So when we come to the Sati, you can never say Sati Kim. It breaks the grammar structure. You have to say Sati Kemet. Right? So I never say anything authoritative. But I know that the ground I'm standing on is solid from the critique I get from you guys and from my own analysis and comparison. Everybody will tell you, yeah, you got to say it this way. And I talked to a scholar about another one of these, Kemet Eret. Let's see what she say. Right now, live. Let's see what she say. Academia. Academia.u. I hit Maria Gatto up too. I want to see if she got back at me. But let me see. Let's go to my messages. Not my mentions. That ain't really me that I still like to look at. I ain't gonna never see. Let me see. So let's go to my inbox. No, she didn't get back at me. But other scholars have. Let's see. Right here. And she, and she go to the same university. I mean, she represents the same university. I think she in the university with Maria Gatto. I don't even know what this is, bro. They in Germany or something? See where they at. What source is this I'm about to lose? Oh, no, I'm not about to lose that. Hold up. Where they at? They is in, where is Tübingen, bro? Germany, okay. Told you. So they coming out the new German school saying that Egyptians and Nubians got cultural entanglement. Fixing the errors that their previous Egyptological forefathers made. So again, with this term, I could argue, I never read what she said to prove what she said. Look. Don't mess with cuz. Do that move they can't do, huh, on the hoop court. All right, I got out of Ham, Jonathan Owens, some independent researcher, blah, blah, blah. Look, concerning your research on the mistakes from papyrus, formerly called Linden 1347, have you noticed any anomalies in the grammar of the only attestation of Kim being rendered with the feminine Kemet Eret? See, because I'm like, why they put that T on there? Because I got cats running around in this community teaching people there was another Kemet. And you did the homework, so holla at me. Whenever you pose your questions with metal nature in it, they always get back at you. I've had a professor deny to speak to me, and then I just got on my smash Rockwell and I hit him back all in transliteration, and he hit me back. But when I was writing in English, he was like, man, I'm gonna holler at you at the end of the semester. Well, we'll talk about, it's a possibility that it could say daughter of the black daughter, yeah. But I don't like to say anything all the way conclusive. I just like to put it out there for the opponents of the view to see that I'm not saying this on any unfounded basis. So basically, I can show y'all exactly what I contacted the scholar about, because we do this work. This right here. Now, not this right here, actually, a different version of this right here. So let me show you. See, they didn't really do the homework. Look, this right here on the screen in the middle column, see the Kim, et, Eret. We went through this one too, and it also matches the genders of the two sisters, Isis and Memphis. And if you're about to stay this after this, how they coming or whatever, you might say Kemet Eret. You're talking about some women coming, and then they say something about to get you or something, whatever. I don't know. We went over this, and I don't want to have to spend all that time on that. But what we focusing on this is one Kemet Eret, right? But that ain't the Kemet Eret I hollered at her about. I hollered at her about a different one, and we'll find it real quick. Now, again, I hope y'all following me here. It is because if some was allowed to substantiate that there was another place called Kemet and Kemet Eret, then they could lie and say this term Kemetiyu that we find before Kemet ever existed was attached to that other place. And they tried that. So notice this one I'm about to show actually comes from Papyrus Harris, right? So I gotta see if I got the one. But nah, that's it, because Papyrus Harris, when you gotta go back to it, it's gonna go to Papyrus Leading. It was formerly called. So that's why I had to trace it back to make sure I was right, this Kemet Eret, that I was right when talking to the scholar. I said the papyrus formerly called Leading One. So you know what I'm saying? You gotta know what you're talking about. Now she said, I asked her how she noticed any anomalies in the grammar of the only attestation of Kim being written. Now, if I was wrong, she would have just been like, nigga, don't know what you're talking about. I went out on the limb to say it was the only attestation. And I'm right, of Kim being rendered a feminine with R. I said, if I'm correct, this is the only place Kim is rendered this way. Also, does the scribal mistake in the rendering of Horus on the standard occur on any spelling of Kemet or Ret. I shouldn't have compounded it. Don't also a motherfucker, excuse my language. Don't also nobody when you're getting at them in business or in scholarship. Just hit your first point. If they get back at you, hit them with the also. But she responded. Now, watch how she beat the brakes off everybody. But she straightened me out too. But this is why you get at a real true scholar. Hi, Jonathan. Actually, I do not consider Kim, first of all, she doing what I'm doing right now. Look at this. Y'all gonna see how scholars be. She got back at me instantly like this. Look, let me show. I gotta scroll up. I wrote Kim et. I put a T on the Kim, and this is my point of contention. So before anything, she hit me back with the correct way it's supposed to be to prove that there wasn't no Kim et or ret. And then she gonna break it down. Watch this. So look what she wrote. She put Kim were at. So she taught me two things. Next time I get at a scholar, don't put these little lines next to my middle lecture. Right? I learned that because she didn't put them, and she do this. And she put Kim, K-M, were at. Great black. Dang, I can't make it. When I make it bigger, y'all can't see. I'm trying. Hold on. There you go. You can see that. See how she didn't put a T on this? So my question was answered just by the way she did it. But watch how she say it. I do not consider Kim Waret as mistaken this papyrus as the text is written in hieratic. Now listen to this. And it is quite common to write, especially in the New Kingdom, a lot of superfluous signs in the script. Superfluous, whatever. Ones you don't need.
Superfluous.
Unnecessary. Especially being more than enough. So she said, and I said, okay, these dudes are pseudo when I knew that. I'm like, see, because I knew I wasn't wrong. But where'd she go? She continued. And she gonna tell us, therefore, it's not really a mistake. She said it ain't a mistake. They just put something unnecessary sign there. And people who read the Metanetter are reading the unnecessary superfluous sign and telling y'all it represents a location that never existed. That's what happened. It's simply something to fill in the gap. I'm not sure about the second question. Told you I messed her up. Do you mean that Kim R is written with G7? All right. Now, we can continue with that correspondence, but the point has been made that even when we go back to the text, we analyzing about, so this T on Kemet or Ret really wasn't supposed to be here, so it's supposed to be like great black. And then let's go to the one we're analyzing. And we just analyzing this live. I haven't, I could make a mistake. And this is an authoritative, okay? It's simply the best place on the internet for this information. That's all it is. It ain't the, you could go to a college's page and get it better in a better package. All right? But right here, you're getting it how digestible. So we could pull this into question. When we came from the original, we was just on places and names. And they said she was the daughter of Egypt. And I just showed us how to get there. So we can contest against that, right? Okay. Now, but they don't do that all the time because they come to here, the bull is in the threbus. Well, we can do this one too. His name is the bull is in the threbus. I was tripping off this. His name is Ka-M Kimwe. Now, if you study a threbus a lot, we'll learn that in the late period, the threbus was called Kimwe. Okay? it was called Kim Wei in the late period. And so this could just mean he's the bull of Kim Wei. Right? But you can't just say Athribus because you're taking the blackness out of what his name means. Because they trying to say he the black bull. If you take this Kim out of it, and you still translate the Ka as a bull, M of, then you take the black out and just say Athribus, we won't get what he meant. That's why he put the bull there. See? So these are three different people with that. Now they'll tell us at the bottom. They tell you at the bottom. Well, they're not doing it now because I'm on a different page. But if you look at it right, they'll tell you, oh yeah, so they don't have no dossier, so all of these are different people. All right? 4 attestations of a dude named Kimmenway. Now, when we click on the dark one, this is what beat the brakes off. You see that 25 right there? Remember when they said, oh, you showed me 2 people? Bruh, I'm like, do y'all not get my slides? Now, of these 25 people, 4 of them are the same person. That's how that works. So again, when we pass out these tools, we should, my bad. So when I put this in my slide, I should have said that. Don't think this is just the one person that we're showing right here named Kim, the dark one. They found 25 attestations, and attestations is always royal people. You don't got no, most often royal people. Look, let's look at the attestations and see if any of them is in a papyri. If it's not in papyrus, on a papyrus, then the person was royal. Because it's on a tomb or we could look, a seal or a sealing, a seal or sealing, a stela. You got a stela, you got paper. A stela. See how these is all different stelas? It's not the same person. So don't think we showed you one person. Look, stealing, tomb equipment. All right? Tomb equipment. You got a tomb, you balling. Rock inscription. Now that's, you're not balling. Feel me? You just start carving on the rock. But if you could get the rock carved out and cut out and formed into a stele, you was a boss. You had money. Stelas don't form themselves. Stelae, tomb equipment, rock inscription. So some of them could be commoners. Rock inscription. Stela, statue. Come on now. Kim got a statue. Now this is Kema. We see variations. Edfu, Abydos. They all over the place. That was my bad. Look, dossier. Multiple attestations of the same person. So you come down here, you got these. Now look, Sa-Nisu, we ain't even looked over that. We was only looking over Kimnu. But if you look at Sati, Nisu, Kimu, they got 20 attestations on that is the same person. So of the Kimu, 10 of the attestations is the same person. Now this is where I messed that up again. Of the Kimu, not 10 of the attestations, number 10 is when they have multiple, but they didn't put 2 numbers. See, just number 10, they saying that's a multiple attestation of another person. So don't think the number 20 is that they got 20. I messed up. This is attestation number 20. They got another attestation of this person's name. And they got, so these are multiple attestations of what they think is the same person. Okay, so that's not to be confused with what we was looking up here, where they got them all over the place. They tell you the ones that they think might be the same person. All right, so that Kim was actually hecka popular, and it wasn't Kemet. But we could go look at this, because this is one I want to ask my grammar people about. Kim in E. How that makes sense? Now, in E normally means to me. by me, not of me. Is it of? Could that be of me? But NE is never going to be the root. The root is Kim, and we have to understand what are these Kims? Which Kim is this? Is it complete? But how do this phrase, someone makes some sense out of this. You feel what I'm saying? Kim in, so it might be Kim in E. K-M-N-E, but they would have put a dot if they wanted to separate the M and the N and to make us think that the N was attached to the root like that. So we should look at this name because the E they put there really ain't in his name. I mean, his name, look at his name. The E is represented by the man determinative. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This might be something. That's why I thought this might be complete because it don't make sense with the black. Or I'm just saying, you got to look. I'm being fair. Because how you gonna put NE after black? I have black. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So let's see what the scholars say. And we'll go to, it was Kim and E. Where did that go? Maybe, I don't know how I ain't seen. Well, dude. Let me go back. I don't know how I ain't seeing that no more. Kim N.E., I must have went down. Here, yeah, that's Boo Kim N.E. But maybe, is it on the screen to y'all? Derek, Boo Kim N.E.? That ain't what I was looking at. I'll find it. Here we go. I didn't know I went down that far. Yeah, they didn't classify it, bro. And so to look at the primary on this, well, this bibliography is very small. They got some book I'm not familiar with, and we can see what the TLA says at least. They got 2 occurrences. Is that going to show us the metal netter? Nope. But the primary, I'll try to pull it up. I'm just going to keep zooming through this real quick, though. And we can look at, those, the ones that's there. He had that KMS. I don't want to say this is a KMS. They don't have a period after the M. So this might be a word which the whole root is KMS, triconsonantal. Right? But there's 40 of those. And 9 of them might be the same people. Something like that. So I don't know what this is. The Kemenes. We got a Kemet with another T on it. And they're not classifying these to say this means how a person looks. So when we get to this, we got a Takemi here, 3 attestations. We went over this. So when we get to the ones that they do say, it's about their physical quality and attributes, we should consider that to be cool. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think? I don't know. Well, we showed all this stuff. Oh boy. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Open up the zones and the zones. I'm gonna let y'all host, man. Bust a move, we shall improve. I was just having some fun. We all that. Y'all got your meme mug on? Don't come in the chat with your meme mug Just be chilling, y'all. All right, since I'm segueing, we can look at some primaries. I pulled up the primary to that one, the real primary in the museum. Sometimes the museums be crazy. Sometimes we could go to the book, which is just a facsimile. Feel free to click the Zoom link, and let's play the theme song of this show. They crazy, bro. All right. Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amira squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Y'all gonna hit the link? If y'all hit it, it's cool. If not, I ain't true. Every time I don't know. I work early, so when y'all hit the link, I start thinking about sleep or playing some games. I be having to talk to people who all over the world, so you be having to work hella early. I just shared that God Killer for you. I'll play that too until they hit the link. I'm a rock squad up, Magi archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit. If you ain't Sonetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan killer off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet.
Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, black top pottery jaws, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical dictionary, picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion, that red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit, I'll bring.
What up with Americans Ring?
What's happening, Smash?
Shit, what's up with it?
Ain't nothing. I just wanted to follow up on the last thing we spoke about.
Mm-hmm. What was that for the audience, so the audience could know where we at?
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about the Book of Gates, and the fact that it referred to the 4 races of mankind.
So real quick, that's not a fact. That's not a fact. That was an error that I tried to correct you on. You just presented that crazy. And the fact that it talked about the 4 races, I didn't suggest anything. I read the language, and there's no word for race in that text, period.
Okay. Well, for whatever reason, whenever you look at any translation, whenever I look at, you suggested that I look at Richard, I think it was Carl Richard Lepsis.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me, Smash?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I looked up Carl Richard Lepsis. I didn't really find much on him. The one thing on him I did find, it was something speaking about his work, and it did mention the 4 races as well. That's how he referred to it. And I also went to look up some stuff on Tour Egypt with Jimmy Dunn, and Jimmy Dunn also spoke about Budge's work on it, because you had suggested.
And what did Jimmy Dunn say? That's good. Because that's a cool source. How did Jimmy Dunn appropriate it?
Right. Jimmy Dunn spoke about the errors that Budge made as well, but he didn't say it was an error in translating the word race. He said was that he was comparing what was written in the Book of Gates to something else that was written in the Amduat.
All right, I'm gonna just show you what you. I can show you. Keep continuing.
Sure, and he was just saying that he was mistaken with the comparison he was making. He was making some comparison between the Book of Gates, the hours in the Book of Gates with the hours in the Amduat, and he was just saying that.
If you read Jimmy Dunn, I know you heard some of it, though. If you read Jimmy Dunn, I'm pretty sure you heard some of what my contention was, how Budge translated his own way. But the error of to illustrate it, it becomes grammatical. So I'm gonna try to illustrate it right now so that you can see.
Well, before you do that,
go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna just be doing it while you talking. Go ahead.
So I just wanted you to know that, after Jimmy Dunn spoke about the errors that Budge made, he went into speaking about the Book of Gates, and he also mentioned it as the 4 races. So, I don't think that he thought that the 4 races thing was a part of Budge's errors. When he went into it, he also mentions and refers to it as the 4 races.
Well, so here's what's probably, I know if we look at the text, this was gonna happen. Budge's text and his work of this is called the 4 races of mankind, right? And that's one of the most I'm gonna just look up this word race to try to show you something. That's one of the most common attestations. Let's see if we can find a word for he got in here for race. That's one of the most common uses of the text. I'm pretty sure when we could look, I presume, or because I read it before, and I know Jimmy Dunn stands, as you said, he talked about Budge's correction. Pretty soon, sure that when he called it that, he was referring to Budge's work. He might have not been, but let me illustrate this so we can just get it beyond the shadow of the doubt.
And he didn't just speak about Budge's work. He spoke about other people that did translations of the Book of Gates all the way through the 1970s. And all of them pretty much, it's still referred to as the four races. So, and from my understanding, he just made it clear that the races thing was not part of what the mistakes that Budge made, because he still referred to it as four races.
Well, that's not true. Actually, the ultimate mistake that Budge made was calling it race. And I'm about to illustrate that for you. It's going to be real easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And so, at least if Jimmy Dunn spoke to the errors, I probably will pull his document back up so we can see how this worked out. And so they probably even tried to tell you on the wiki. All I'm doing right here is going through E.A. Wallace Budge's dictionaries so we can see the word that he put for race that he pulled off of that text was not a word for race. And he the only one who translated that as race, and he did that work primarily before a lot of people. And so people just call it the four races of mankind. But if you read anything about the reason why I refer to Lepsis is because he has a text by text. He copied over a lot of the temples, and he normally does a text by text what it say in the ancient Egyptian without too much extra on top of it. But hopefully I could pull this up. If not, I'll just show you in a the dictionary I always use. I'm trying to show you in Budge. So I'm just type race, but I don't think it popped up. Then I'll have to find it. But you could continue. I'll have to flip through the book and find it.
Well, that's pretty much the only thing that I wanted to mention is that wherever I look, I'm still seeing the four races.
No, it said right on the wiki, so I thought you was disingenuous. Because your first source that you cited was wiki. Then when I went and read the wiki, it even said it on the wiki.
It said four races.
No, but it spoke about everything I'm telling you. You could just do the wiki right now. It said everything that I'm saying about the four races. Like that it ain't to be looked at as races and all that stuff. Well,
okay, no, I didn't see that.
All right, well, let's see if it says that.
That's something that yeah.
The Book of Gates. Let's see if it didn't say that. It didn't have to say that. Let's see. I don't want to say you said something. Now let's look. This is the article, The Book of the Gates, ancient Egyptian funerary text dating to the New Kingdom. It narrates the passage of the newly deceased souls into the next world, corresponding with the journey of the sun through the underworld during the hours of the night. So far, it is saying what I said. Now let's keep going. The soul is required to pass through a series of gates. At different stages in the journey, each gate is associated with a different goddess, and requires that the deceased recognize a particular character of the deity. It says the text implies that some people will pass through unharmed, but that others will suffer tormented by the lake. Now that's what the Book of Gates is about. Now let's go down to categories, all right? The most famous part of the Book of the Gates refers to the different races of humanity known as the Egyptians, dividing up into four categories that are now conventionally labeled. Now see, this is why you don't depend on Wiki, because you know better than this, and I'm about to show you how you know better than this. Look, wreath was the word that E.A. Wallace Budge took and said it meant race, okay? He got that in all his dictionaries. And he found that word on this text. So he said, they talking about race. I know it's an easier way to find it. I'm going to just take the word wreath, right, and say E.A. Wallace Budge, E.A. B-U-D-G-E. And let's see if that pop up. They went right to the Book of the Gates, but let's see if we could get a source where he's showing you what here it go.
But the Wikipedia did say race a second ago.
No, we're not finished reading it.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Because you got to go to where they address what you're talking about. I'm just looking
You
for.
said Budge translated ref as if it was race,
So so that's
even
an
though there it
error.
said ref was Egyptian. Ref stood for Egyptian.
Yeah,
He said it was
exactly.
race.
Yeah, he said ref to Egypt. He said that ref means race, and then he said this is a text about race. But all you have to do is look into his dictionary. And so, but I mean, since I'm just answering this contention on the fly, hold up. Go before it closes. All right, since I'm just answering this on the fly, I'm just trying to pull it up to show you. So, wreath is what it all hinges upon. This word wreath ain't really a real word. It is remech, right? And it don't mean race. And so that's why Budge was wrong in telling people that they was talking about the races of mankind. All right. Another person who knows the grammar is coming in. And that's just really the contention over that. So if the Egyptologists, you can look through a lot of Egyptological sources that go that route. But when you look at it, they the word race ain't there. They was just simply saying that wreath was the Egyptians. But let's finish reading this as Chris comes in. Now it says the four categories that are now conventionally labeled wreath Egyptians, Aamu Asiatic, Nehisu Nubians, and Timahu Libyans. These are depicted in the process of entering the next world. All right. It says the texts and images associated with the books of Gates appearing in many tombs of the New Kingdom and Kingdom of the Pharaonic tombs between Horem-Eb, Ramses VI. Oh, no, the seventh. Ramses VII. They also appear in the tomb of Senedjum or whatever, a worker in the village of Deir el Medina. It says the ancient villages of artists and craftsmen of the Pharaonic tombs in the New Kingdom. The goddesses listed in the Book of Gates each have different titles wearing different colors. So you notice, I can read it, but nothing here they're going to tell you about the Book of Gates is going to say that it's about race. It all comes.
It did in the first. It did in the. You passed it. It said.
The most famous part of the Book of Gates refers to the different races of humanity known to the Egyptians. And I tried to tell you how they arrived at that, right? So let's click into the source. So now you can just have to see what you have to do. Look, what does this say right here? Can you read it, please? What does it say?
Where?
The source. Golly, I'm trying to tell you how they arrived at this. I knew before we clicked this, it would say E.A. Wallace Budge, because the only person who say that those is racist is E.A. Wallace Budge. And so to make you think that that's true, the person who wrote the wiki sourced E.A. Wallace Budge. I'm simply telling you.
But the wiki just said that ref means Egyptian, and you said Budge said ref meant race.
He does say that. He does say that. And ref don't mean Egyptians. This is complete error. Remech means Egyptians, and Wiki was able to put this error up here because I just showed you the source. So if you source Budge, you're going to say what Budge said. And Budge said that wreath meant race, and that was the Egyptian. That's not what
Wiki said. They said Wiki says ref means Egyptians, and they're using Budge as the source. So I'm not sure where you're getting. So do you have a source?
I think you are probably intentionally acting like you don't understand some shit. Let's hear from Christopher. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Smash?
I do have limited time.
Well, then go. Bye. Why I'm supposed to? I ain't supposed to respect your limited time. Get up out of here. You got limited time. Get up out of here. Peace. That's not going to give you the floor over when I just introduced Chris.
I was just saying
I'm introducing Chris. Peace. Most people don't say peace by saying I got limited time. That means you was trying to talk some more. Stop fronting. What's up, Chris?
Nothing much, man. I'm just going to say that if you pull up the piece from Seti's tomb, right, and we go over it, they don't mention nothing about them as being the races of mankind. They don't mention that. They mention them as being the cattle of Heru. and how Heru's kind of like leading them, but it don't mention nothing about no race. It don't mention nothing about that in Seti I's tomb. If you read the piece from the Book of Gates, that's all I was gonna say.
I was trying to say, I
correct.
said that to him too, but expound, because sometimes I don't say things so people can understand.
No, you said it. I heard you. You said it perfectly. I mean, that word is remech. I've heard Chief X use this word wretch too. I mean, and I mean, it's no Mac Major, but I'm just saying it's not breath. Right, it's remech.
And so what I was trying to show him is if you leaning on Budge's source material, he will say that this is the four races of mankind, and it's based on his misinterpretation of this term wretch, which we, and even American Dream, no, nigga, I ain't mad, I'm ready. I'm talking to American Dream. I ain't mad, I'm ready. I said I was going to kill you harshly before you even stepped in. See? I'm just doing my show. So when you click the link, I say, I'm about to kill this fool harshly. Let's have the discourse. Now I'm chilling with Chris. See how that worked? So now what we was talking about this wreath term, and I was trying to get him to understand that this is what the error hinges upon. Because if you can say this mean race, then you say they talking about the four races, and to them, they was the wreath, the ultimate race, or what have you.
Right.
But yeah. But
Heru guides all of them in the underworld. He don't differentiate. They're all part of, like I say, they're part of his herd, his flock.
Yeah. So I was talking about this, and I know I might have said some stuff. What you think about? I don't like to come to no conclusions, but I always like to say, look, people act like the option ain't there for this to have just been a Kim and not a Kemet, and she could have been Sati Kim, but you can't say Sati Kim. You always got to say Sati Kemet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I typed earlier in the chat. I was saying that it depends on, like a scholar stated, and going into the New Kingdom, to Late Egyptian, since the adjective, in this case, Kemet is being marked feminine sometimes, you can leave off the T on the noun sometimes, and since the adjective is feminine, then it implies that the substantive is feminine. But this right here, if by looking at it correctly, this is from the Middle Kingdom. So yeah, so in this case, then you would have this agreement between the adjective and the subject, and the not, the noun that it's modifying. So right, sat, yeah, sati or sat kemet, yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, but now, I mean, they say it's the daughter of Kemet. I can't really argue against that. I just show what my contentions is. I wish I could have seen Kemet written someplace else on the same stele. Then I would have been able to say, well, look, why they put this right here and didn't put it right there. But they don't have to always put the 049 either. But they know there's so many different things that you could be thinking about when you read Kemet that they would at least. Now, this book is full of these. This is a Budge book that my only time even coming across it was in my morning research in the early hours. And so some of these will be fun to just look at and see what they're talking about. They're not all even going to be pertaining to the subject matter of the show. But is this, I said this was Abydos. Abu Elephantini. Was I wrong?
Yeah, you're right, Abju.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Yeah, I just was looking. But
what book is this from Budge?
So this is a Budge book called Hieroglyphic Text from Egyptian Stelae. And I would have never heard about it if I wasn't trying to find some stuff in the TLA this morning. And so this is something I'm just in the spirit of his wife down here, Nkain, or in the spirit of his wife, Nkain Hemet F. Maret, his beloved. So it's in the spirit of his wife, his beloved, Nebet Purr. So she's the mistress of the house, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. What we got down here, Purry. So she coming forth or not? Or what?
Yeah, who comes forth?
Who comes forth in truth. But why they turn that M sickle backwards? I can make it bigger. It could go either way, huh? That M sickle, that my sickle or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. It do look like it's backwards, but yeah, it's understood though.
Yeah. I guess he just was like, I'm a freak it. But and then we got this I don't know what we got. I don't know. And then I see a Karu, I think.
Ma'akaru, yeah.
But so he wrote out the whole Ma'akaru. He spelt it all the way out.
Yep, that's right. For space.
Yep, what up? So where we at? I'm just trying to see if somebody tried to pull up something on me. See, this book don't even got you can't cheat. They probably got a cheat in the back, but cats be cheating, bruh. You feel me? Like you'll pop a text up and they'll be like, give me a moment. Then they open up the text, Shamok the clerk. And I'll be like, bruh, stop cheating. All right, where we at? Move that. I mean, you can use training wheels, but don't act like you ain't got them on, though. What's up with Scepter and Ra? Mariaman.
What's good, man? I see you been beating these fools up, man. I've been watching your show. I come home from work. I see you live. You been tearing motherfuckers up, dog.
Oh, we call it the takeover, man. It's called the takeover, man. You know what I'm saying? They've been tripping for way too long. We need to make sure this information get out and they not looking at the nonsense no more. Straight up.
Yeah, I see you do Garfield bad though.
Yeah, he asked for it. That's my man's. I hope everybody knows. But he asked for it.
Yeah.
I mean, we get rowdy. I don't be mad when they be beating me up on their show. I had to stop listening because I didn't want to get sensitive. I don't want to keep it fun. And you can get your bars off too. I don't want you not to get your bars off and feel like I'm the only one who can.
You know what, John?
Yeah.
I respect Garfield though, because the next day he came on the show and said you gave him the business.
I appreciate Garfield. Look, people need to know how we separating games, yo. Like, imagine if we did MMA. You think I'm going to hop in the ring because we family and not do the move, right? You know,
Right.
like, I'm just like, it's just imagine if we play hoop. I'm not about to cross you or get these boards. You might even catch an elbow if you think you're rough in the paint. But when we back, we going to go have a drink and laugh like you got me that time. Because they beat the brakes off me one time. Not with the information, but they just jumped me and overtalked me and kept putting me in the back. And now I got the brakes beat off me on Garfield's show. Y'all remember that? That's why I went hard after that. Said after this, I'm going hard. But we just, again, if anybody get it confused, don't wait till nothing deteriorate because that probably won't happen. You feel me? Right. It's just going to be a bunch of bravado in the cafeteria. But when the bell ring, we back to the teaching. You know what I'm saying? Now, I was talking about this glyph right here that I was telling people meant the overseer of. I don't know if you have a better way to, I don't know if you have a better way. I said it was a bull tongue. Is that right, though? Let me see.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yes, that's the tongue of a bovine, a bull. Yep.
Let me see if I can find it. And so if we don't know these shortcuts, sometimes we'll waste time not knowing that this was just them saying something else. Dang, I had it on the screen.
I know. I saw it now. It sounds like it's...
I might have switched pages. I got it so big I can't really... Yep. So it's over the throne, right? So what? This person... for people who understand, since I'm just popping all over the text at little things that we've talked about before. And here we see this tongue over this throne. We know, and we see the T too. But we know he's not the overseer of our set, right?
No, the overseer of some location or some place. He's our set.
And how did you pull that out of there? How did you know that he's the overseer of a place?
Because that T glyph by itself, I mean, it just can't stand alone. So it's part of the throne set.
And then what else? That part let us know it's a place too, right?
Yeah, a determinative, yeah.
Yep. And so, I mean, but what I wanted people to see that this is Emmy. I guess I will say Emmy, or some might just say Emmy, but since this got to do with a mouth because it's a tongue, I'm going to say the complete Emmy, set, and I wouldn't say the part though. Maybe, yep. And then I got another one, dude. So he's the overseer of something else, but I don't know what this is on top. What you think that is on top?
Yeah, it's hard to see. It looks like a I would have to see the primary. It looks like a the collar.
A nab collar that they didn't do the bottom part to, huh?
Yeah.
But then but it's fairly similar to this though, so that's weird.
So the one is khatem, so overseer or keeper of the seal. And then we have Be'aretf Ma'achru, and then that's his name.
Yeah. That's cool. I just was scrolling through. But yeah, he got him in here like, okay, do your own homework. You feel me? Maybe he got it in the back. Let's see. I'll turn this to the right. Save. I guess not. Let's find another. It's already upright.
What book is that?
This is called Hieroglyphic Text, Egyptian Stele from E.A. Wallace Budge. Now, people, this is why you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Because the content where the scholar is not telling you what it say is still useful when you trying to see text that ain't no place else. See, we're not looking and going to tell you what Budge say. We wouldn't have made the wreath mistake and said it talked about races if we find that text in here, we'd be reading and say, oh, they talking about lineage, okay. And so that's why you don't fully completely throw away Budge. You just gotta know to be cautious if you're gonna repeat what he says, something says.
Yeah, because he has such a massive volume of text and literature. Yeah, you can't throw it out.
So is this tribute going to Wasset, or am I just reading that way too quick? That's not a location, huh? So right here, starting from up here to the right. So we got some type of tribute, and then I see this Scepter. Oh, I'm gonna make it all bigger.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, there we go.
I'll just, it'll be real easy. So we had this tribute, right? What you calling this tribute?
Yeah, so this is a voice offering. Ta hinket.
Ta?
Yeah, bread. So
and,
on the left, the glyph on the lower left is the bread.
And the cat is wine or what?
Hinket, beer.
Yeah, beer. And then what you see right here, that looked like a Scepter, but I messed that up.
No, that's so that's the 1,000, that's the ka.
Oh, okay, yeah. They just it just look a little different.
Just hand drawn,
And
just
then
yeah.
Cat Neb, so 1,000 things, thousands of all things.
Yep.
Thousands of all things of what? Shining, or thousands of all glorious things, or what? What's that?
So you have thousands of things, all things. Now, of course, there's some things missing here because they didn't put it all in there.
I'm gonna show people where we at. We on this part right here. If you look at the
so that's Chet Nebet.
Yep, that's all things that we was just talking about. Then what we got in Enoch or what? In Imach. Yeah. What's Imach?
Imach is the revered one, or one who is I guess the best translation would be like revered, or
I was saying shining. How am I messing that up? Is there something close to Imach that is like shining or something?
Yeah, ka. You have a word that's ka, that means to shine and brilliance.
But the glyph looked like half of a sun. I'm talking about the other. It reminded me of some. I hate to say it, but like an Indian. This thing right here. I don't want to say nothing about Indian, but this right here, there's another glyph that looks similar to it that I'll be confusing these two. But I don't know. You might not know what I'm talking about offhand.
Yeah, so there's a glyph au. What this glyph is actually the rib of a bovine. This is the rib, and the bottom part is the bone. And the person, whoever drew this, didn't draw the lines.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's supposed to be some lines in that little box.
Yeah, there should be some lines there.
Yeah. Buzz drew it, and so then we got the what? What's kin? What that's kin? Kines or just kin? Kines? Huh?
Yeah, this starts his name. So Hin Su Was.
Oh, okay, because Kinsu. I didn't put the bullshit. So he Kinsu, but you said Was.
Well, it looks like the Was to me, unless that's I think that's probably the Was Scepter.
Let's go. Let's get bigger, because it looked like it got a okay.
Yeah, that's the word wasser.
So you said was, but I thought it was wasir. You said wasir second. So ain't the was
no, not wasir, but was. It means
so
like
usir, us, like where they say usr ma'atra, right?
Yeah, for like powerful or something like that. It means like powerful,
but that's not the was scepter.
Yeah, it looks like the was scepter, the dog head. The
dog head. I thought the was scepter is the was scepter. Let me show you what I mean, so you can see what confusion I'm having. Was, C-S-E-P-T-E-R. You see what I mean? Hold on. You'll see what my confusion. I'm seeing this. I mean, I'm not seeing this. This is what I'm not seeing. You see?
Yeah, it's the dog head. That's the jackal head.
Oh, you seeing? Oh, so you saying this is just the shorter hand version?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Oh, no, go back up. See the real one with the eyes on it.
Where at? Where am I missing? Hold on, I'm gonna pull y'all off the screen so we can see everything. Now, what am I missing?
Now go up. My bad. Go down.
All right. More.
Right there. See the eyes on it?
Okay. But look though. But in the iconography, this got a different number. This is Gardner something else than the one that you said, and this is Wasp. That one is like, to me, I thought that meant a different type of power. This means like dominion or something. Or what does this mean? Authority, dominion, correct?
Right.
And the User is like you strong, I thought, when you got the jackal head. So this is what I'm gonna see. that if we go to Garden of the Book, I think he gonna show us those as two different things. But
yeah, they could, because sometimes they're whatever the Gardner number is, it could be an A or a B.
But I didn't know that was a jackal head. I just learned that when you showed me that right now, and so that's calling what Gardner says in the question even more, because let me see.
First time I seen that.
Me
Yeah,
too.
so that's F12, and it's Wesser.
Yeah.
F12.
Oh, so you said F12. So if I just go, maybe I could just go look at the regular sign list. Let me see.
Yeah.
And it'll be right there on YouTube. I mean, so I'm gonna click into well, we can just look at staffs. Where's the staffs and stuff? F12.
Yeah, F12.
Okay. Well, I passed
Wesser.
Yeah, you passed it.
So F12 Wesser, and then with the other one we was just looking at, this is in the category of what? Parts of mammals, F12. The one we was looking at is under staffs and what you call it. And we're
staffs, okay.
So
yeah,
we should see where's the staffs and stuff. Now we're gonna see what they say, because we can see they connected, because you just showed it got a jackal head on it. So this is S40, the other one, right?
Not S40. You're right. Yeah, so it's Wesser. Actually, the glyphs give it away after it. The open mouth and the folded cloth give it away. It's Wesser.
Okay, so I want to scrutinize to make sure, but you just showed the jackal eyes on that, so that's kind of fresh. I mean, it's somehow still I mean, they both are things of power. I guess that's how it's related. But here we go. The Wasser Scepter, they don't show too much on it. And they say Was Scepter. Then we go to F40, right? And they go F40. Just for the people watching. F40. And for myself, honestly. F40, right? Here. No, it's not F40? I'm sorry, what did you say it was?
F12.
Oh, I'm tripping. F12. So we go to F12.
Yeah, they both have the same connotation.
And we're going to
because
see.
Wesser also means mighty, strong, powerful.
Oh yeah, well they did give us a WSR. So it's the wasp with the R on the end, but they're not defining it. But like you just said, yeah, they got similar connotations. And all right, cool. Well, I needed to do that for myself, because sometimes I'll be like, hold on, this ain't even the one we was reading.
No, it wasn't that one. It was.
That's cool. Hey, y'all feel free to click the link. We just chilling. You know what I'm saying? Don't even be feeling like you're gonna mess up the show or nothing. We just going over anything.
People get scared when you throw glyphs on there. You might call somebody out.
Nah, we ain't calling nobody out. I don't like doing that.
That's how
I only be entangled with whoever I'm entangled with. That don't mean you're gonna catch an arrow unless you Dagger Squad. Doof, 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 doof. You feel me? Unless you a Mediterranean, right? But you can even come, kiss the pinky ring and it be cool. It's nothing. Just understand, respect game, or expect flames. I told y'all that a long time ago. Y'all thought I was playing.
Man, some of this is crude.
I know, right?
Man.
So I think this was the other one I was talking about. I'm glad I stopped here. Let me see, because I see another one of those tongues. But remember, I was like, there's this other glyph, and I said something about Indian. Now, this is the one that we said Emiak for the other one. I mean, Imak or whatever for the other one.
Yeah.
But this looks like a complete version, and it says something completely different. But what is this saying? Overseer or what?
It looks like Au, but yeah, I don't know what that is right there.
Yeah, it's kind of like hard to see, and
yeah,
he probably did his best. I mean, these dudes were so prolific, yo. Because imagine having to do this and put this in a book from a wall or a stela somewhere.
Right, like they did good for real.
Yeah. I ain't
he probably straight did this in the field. He probably drew this.
Yeah, they was doing the field.
Site.
They was in the field.
Yeah,
especially what's his one name? Kitchens.
Who is that?
I think his name Kitchens. He got like hella volumes. He went.
Yeah. I mean, I heard of a Kitchens before, but I don't know him in details.
Yeah, did the Ramazan.
The guy who found King Tut's tomb. I mean, he did a lot of his drawings in the field. What was his name?
Carter.
Howard Carter. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. He just start figuring some stuff out too, huh? No, it was Thomas Young, I think. He figured out some glyphs, Thomas Young, not
Yeah.
Carter.
Along with Champollion, yeah, Thomas Young.
So whatever he was copying, every location I see look like it's about Abu and Jeddu. I'm just going through them and some of these I haven't turned to the right. Let me see if I can rotate it. Save image as. We could just play with this, I guess. I mean, you know. Always when I do this, I'll be getting something in the back of my head. Like, do I got something to do right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, am I wasting time or something? But I did get a vibe to bust some raps this morning. I just spit what was on my mind. Ain't like I'm gonna put that on the album or nothing. I'll take that beat and say some different bars. Let's see. But them bars was hard actually. I mean, it starts in the middle then. I was trying to find the starting spot, but I see these facing text. It's facing text. Is that a sin at the top? That ain't no hoopty sin. What's this on? Oh, I gotta zoom in. For this man with the duck under it. Hold up, this right here. Let me see. This to the right. And that's definitely not a sin, but what the hell would they start with? Sinu, I thought it would be Brothers Meret. And no, what is this going down? You see what I'm saying? When we're not reading from the primary, we got to think what Budge saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it had to be. Yeah, but I don't see a arrowhead at the bottom. So
yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but he got them indentures there. See, what we tripping off is those indents was probably there when he copied it. So he just like, I'm just gonna copy it.
What's the word before it? Go to the bottom of the other column, the column next to it.
Well, I would presume it starts right here, and it ain't no more that I could go up.
Yeah, that's Ma'achiru.
Oh, that's what did you look at to pull that from?
Because if you go to the column before it, has the revered one.
What column you looking
at? Imahu. The column next to it. Go down to the bottom. No. Over the other way.
But that's for this person's text. To me, if you ask me, I could be wrong. But the reason why I'm saying that is because they switch positions of the direction of the text.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
And so that's I was thinking that maybe they got a little text in front of each person. That's because now this person is the Sati and the daughter, and she's right there. This person is Hot Sati, so the foremost daughter maybe. Is that a hot up at the top maybe?
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah. So I think each text is only for them. And then they Ma'akaru.
Yeah, right.
So this person is Ma'akaru at the bottom. So that means we would have to be forced to figure out what the heck that is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look at other texts and see if it's in there before anybody else.
Well, at least we can look at other some of these got foxtails. Some of them got foxtails starting it. Budge didn't know what that was either, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So he just had to put what he's seen. Because he would have kind of like put something that, well, that makes it hard, but we can continue after that. It was something, we see the next word is Mary, right?
Mary.
Yep. Mary.
And so that means that first word was consist of, this must not be a single. I think this is at least a biliteral. Because I don't know no single glyph. I'm just gonna leave that alone and just continue.
And we got the beloved one.
Yeah, Mary. So what that I doing?
Yeah, that looks like a verb. Ger F.
Karef. What's Karef? No, I don't think it's Karef. You think? Well, it could be Karef, but then what the T?
Yeah, because that's the mountain right there. That's
but the T get left by itself then.
God at death.
So we gotta. You feel what I'm saying? Somehow the T gotta get incorporated.
I think that snake with that T.
So it's a fet. Is there a word? Is there a word? There's not no refet word. I could look that up. I know there is a fet word. I had this happen to me, but I'm saying if we concluded that this T don't go on top of this men over here, and it don't go with this Sati, and let's look under it. I mean, everybody got their own. It appears knock it. So he's starting with that ain't knock it. That's, what would you call this? Neck?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's for knock it, right? I mean, I would think. Anyway, I don't know, but I don't know no word that is an N and a Q. A QR, maybe. QR, I mean, RFT. I'm going to look up RFT.
Yeah,
That
there is a
could be his
word.
name, though. You know, that could be his name too. Sometimes when you can't figure it out, it's I don't know.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's true. That happens sometimes too. But what you were
that's not
saying,
happened
Chris?
a couple times.
What you were saying, Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm saying there is a word, Geographic, that could mean bag or
Oh, for
contraction.
real?
Yeah, Geographic.
It's Q. So this is one whole word, I think so. QRFT.
Geographic.
So what would this be saying about him? He's the maker of bad.
Nah. The beloved one. So normally after something like that, after Miri would come a name as well. So Miri, Irin Kefet could be his that could be his full name.
Eri in Kefet, all right, something like that could be his name. All right,
I'm saying probably the beloved one of whoever's name.
Yeah, they gotta be saying these people's names, and I mean they got them parsed out for some reason. I mean, it's like separated. Men, what y'all see? Men should or Minesh Aret in Heru, or is that no? That's a Nehes bird. That ain't Heru.
Yes, Nehi.
Nehi, yeah, Nehi. Oh, this is Nehes. Oh my God, Nessie. Every time I see Nessie, I'm saying this is Nubian. I found
Nehi.
Nehi. I know they're not praying though. Like, you know what I'm saying? So let's see.
It's a Nehi bird though, not a Nehes bird.
You're right. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I said a Nehes bird. It's a Nehi bird. But right here, the name it's actually a Nay bird, and it's a Nay on the screen. It's Nebet. So her name is probably Nay, the mistress of what? Shining? I mean, the mistress of what?
No, the revered one. That's
okay.
again.
So she's the revered mistress.
Nebet Nehi.
Notice how every time I see a mock, I keep saying shining, even though we talked about it 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah, because
I gotta sometimes I have to physically reprogram my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, so if I don't consciously say stop doing that, I'll keep committing the same mistakes with some errors. But I do like the fact that her name may be, if this is her name, because she got to be the mistress, so this got to be her name. I mean, Aret. So what's this?
I don't know what that bar is right there though.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Well, we know the men word, but there is a Menes word, right?
Menesh.
Let's look it up. I thought there was a Menes word, MNS.
Yeah, Menesh. Maybe it's Menesh.
Oh yeah, MNSH, Menesh.
No, well, capital A.
Yeah. Be moody. I know she ain't moody. Manesh was the word I remember from when they said they branded this. This is a Ramses word that occurs only sometimes. She didn't get branded, but Ramses had used this word to put this cartoon when he put the cartouche on the sea people. But that's not what she's talking about. But look, a Manes is a cartouche, but don't be fooled by the dictionary. I did this research. This word only occurs for once for cartouche during the time period of Ramses II. When he on his text talking about the sea peoples. So they telling people in the dictionary that this is a word for cartouche, but if we don't do no looking at text, we don't know this ain't really a word for cartouche. This word was used to say cartouche by Ramses II only, and it meant to brand the cartouche on people.
Right, once they making me stamp.
Yeah, that's why they got it meaning brand. It don't mean branded either. They drawing this all from one text. And like how is a conjunction, it should be a branded cartouche, especially. But let's see what the one we're looking for could possibly be. They ain't talking about no scribes or no barges, so I don't know. And I'm not to spend. Maybe this is because we got an bird under that, right? So maybe it's shar. Men shar erect or whatever. Well, how would you say? How would you say that?
So Menesh, a bird is probably a determinative, right? So Menesh Eret.
Yeah. Nehi. Well, I got her name Nehi, and I'm happy about that. I guess I saved this picture already. Because I will tell y'all, let me just show y'all. I don't have to tell y'all. I'm gonna just do something hecka funny. I'm gonna say Nehi, Nehi, and I'm gonna say Egypt. No, this ain't the same person. I don't know if this is the same person. Hiegypt. They're going to say Nubian. Look, Nehi was an Egyptian official, viceroy of Kush, the governor of the Nubian provinces. And so what people don't understand is to install that diplomacy, they often use Southerners in order to control the Southern Territory. If you think Nubian mean a different race, then you think they used a different race to control the Southern Territories. But they actually would just get a Southerner to control the Southern Territory. So here's one, and he has a similar name to her. His name is Nahi. And when we go through it, it's not too many other reasons. There are a few, but the semantic, well, when you use the neighbor, you could go to prayer, you could go to stinging, then you're going to start falling short for the other things that it could possibly be rooted to. And I did a more exhaustive survey. There are.
Bird though.
Pardon me?
Y'all sure that's the same?
Oh yeah.
Bird?
So how you gonna find the neighbor is when they start doing the shorthand. They gonna turn this little thing right here on the neck to a little loop.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we go back to the text. Look, where is it at? I wasn't in the text. I took a snip of it. Dang, I closed it. I'll open it back up, but I thought I had that open. Is it this? Yeah, look, it's open right there. So look, you see the thing on the neck, and you see how intentionally they put it there so you can know it. They also might put some things on top of the head too. Like it looked like it have a little thing, but that's what you should know from the neck piece. And so that person, well, let's go to the next person. Somebody Ra, huh? Or Ra did something. Ra the beloved. You know, Ra the beloved. The make. I keep saying a maker right here, but what you saying this I represents? I keep forgetting.
The verb. Well, go down a little bit more. Let me see the bottom. Okay, it stops there. So we have ir in henutpu.
So what you getting out of henut? Like I know that is like a mistress, or is this feminine? Let's see. No, that's a man. That's a dude. That's a dude.
Yeah, it's a scribe. So he's a scribe. Deru henutpu.
Who that is a scribe?
Also means to sing. Wait, henut can mean to sing too.
But everybody else has been their name, so we probably he probably was henutpu. You feel me?
Yeah.
I think his name is up there though.
Well, we got Ra.
Oh, okay,
so he ain't Ra. Do you think? Over here we have Menes. Hold on, Sati. They not really. They say Sati, and then this is a cow. This ain't a bull. This is a bull. What's the Sati Kim? Remember the other person was named Sati Kim? I know it might be. What is you saying for this then?
That does look like the Kim glyph.
But I passed that up and went straight to the bull.
Yeah, the bull is probably the determinative of this Kim glyph, Sati Kim or Sat Kim.
Yeah, and this ain't even the same. This is just another. We just flipping this. Wait a minute. Why did I come here? Oh yeah, I did come here for that other one that had another Sati Kim in there. But it don't. I could be. Now someone could say that ain't no damn Kim glyph, and it's got a single stroke next to it. But I want them to know that I looked at this ka and seen a version of a bull. And normally, if it's in determinative position, and then you got something shaped like this, they want you to say the Kim and not the ka. If they put you know what I'm saying? But maybe I'm just pushing that too far. What we was trying to see was, are these names or positions or what at the top? Because we had figured that, I don't know, it's crazy.
I'm saying their names because you have the Ma'acharu at the end.
Yep.
So that's her name. So she's Sat Kim.
But that's her right here, so people ain't confused. Yeah. Because they like, that look like a man. So that means we couldn't figure the top one. That means so whatever the writer is doing, what is this Ra representing? Ra, Mary, that's part of. You think this is his whole name? Maybe this is their whole names. Why they gotta have short ass names? You feel me?
Yeah, but they love it.
It could be.
Preparer of henut. What is henut? Preparer. I know iri. The verb iri means to prepare, to make. So the preparer of.
I only knew one henut, but it wouldn't make no sense.
Wow, is that?
The henut I knew has to do with being a small maiden. Is this a woman? That's a man. I know like a henut for being a mistress or something.
Is he like some type of priest or something?
I'm gonna try it right now. Which is that, a capital HNT?
Yeah.
All right.
Second H. Henut. Henut.
They got this other henut, but I don't think that's it. Henet. Let me see. A task is that, but it got that flower in it, man. That's a stretch.
Yeah, they got.
That's a stretch. Hold on. Let's see what this look like. Y'all seeing it right? My screen.
Yeah,
The
so
dictionary, the
Hanut
dictionary.
can mean mistress. You are correct. So Hanut can mean mistress.
But that's
mistress.
a dude though.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and he was like he hate when people make that mistake in real life. He was walking around like, no, Hindu, bruh. You know what I'm saying? You know, people who got those names that make you say, oh, you made a
Can also mean
mistake.
servant. Hanuti.
Oh, okay, yep, there is a servant, but was it right? Is it a H and an N? Oh, it's a new ball, right? So I'm gonna put the new in there. Yeah, when you put the new ball, it's definitely gonna lead to the mistress or something. See, it went straight to it, and so that don't make no sense unless he was tripping. Let me see.
Yeah, names can be really, really tricky too.
So this is probably a name. Yeah, he was probably Hen Newt. He was probably Hen Newt, not Hen Newt. But then we got other definitions for Henut, but the way he wrote it, it was with that. Anyway, Pooh, that is Henut. What we do over here? That's a crocodile. What's this? Oh, no, that's a chair. What's that? He's a sesh, and then something I don't know what that is. He's a scribe. What is this?
Some type of animal.
Somebody would have said that was a spaceship in the glyphs, like a, you know what I'm saying?
It do like a backward spaceship.
They take these, we like, look, this is Luke Skywalker's vessel.
That's poor handwriting.
Well, we got to give some of that stuff to Budge.
Rim
Oh, no, hold on. Maybe we're looking at it backwards. Look, to the right. If you look at it from the right, it looks like an animal head with some paws at the bottom.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like some type of animal.
But what animal?
Could be Ru or Rim.
He's a sesh of the lion? Dude could have drew a lion better than that.
No. The word Rim. Instead of saying room, it could be Rim.
Sesh of the people or what?
No, not people. What would Rim mean? Rim. Let's see what Rim means. Describe.
Yeah, they had overseers, Gozy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they saying what's called.
I ain't even tripping. I'm just skimming through them. So this is like a Sati. Is that another Moot, the daughter of the mother, Iti, Moot Iti, who comes? Or what?
Tutti.
Oh, you think that's Toot? No, Tuti.
Yeah.
Tuti. Yeah.
Daughter of Tutti.
The daughter of Tuti. And then, right.
Yeah, that.
Every time I get to the Eret, I keep saying the maker. Is that right? Eret.
Yeah, or the making of, then we have Sinet. Yeah, this one we can read. Sinet, and then that's eat. I don't know what that little slash is.
Maybe that's an R or a T.
Yeah,
I think it's a C.
Well, normally when they ain't got space and they put a slash, that's still an N. Like if they can't do all the ripples, sometimes they'll put a slash like that. It's still an N. Like the hieratic N, don't put no ripples.
You say, I don't know, man. This could just be Buzz though.
Yeah, but I mean, he's meticulous though. So when he sees something like that, he ain't gonna make no sloppy error. He's saying he can't tell on the glyphs. And it's just a line there. I bet you we look at the facsimile and we're gonna go through the same thing. I mean the real one, we go through the same thing. You feel me?
Yeah, probably.
But I'm ready to go to a new text for some reason. I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, y'all feel free to click the link while we rocking. Don't feel like you can't do this. We can talk about anything. I just had to beat you up, American Dream, because you be coming in thinking you're gonna help me telling me that say racist. If you can't understand it, he like all the sources he sees say that it say racist. Well, go to some academic sources, like some real academic ones, and come back and show me. Stop reading articles on the internet and wiki. Just read one academic source that's focusing on that, and you're gonna have a stance on it, bro. All right, who want to go and tackle this real quick? I know, Chris, you're going to run through this so easy. What's up, Sunchild? I know you studied,
this bro. Right here is crystal clear, right here.
Sunchild, you ain't no spy, bro. You got to participate. What's up?
Peace. Thanks for allowing me in, brother. I just recently came across something I'd like to get your opinion on. Kind of took me aback. Are you able to bring up the hymn to attend?
The glyphs to it, or just the transliteration?
just a transliteration. It's on
Yeah,
Wikipedia.
yeah.
I think we just go
I mean, if I can pull it up in the TLA, if you want, yeah.
anyway, as long as we get an English translation.
Yeah, it'll be cool because we'll be able to see the we should be able to see everything. What's going on with it?
Well, there's a section of it where he mentions Syrians, Nubians, and Egyptians, and then makes allusion to being distinguished by nature's languages and their skin.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
that kind of, yeah. And I wanted to know, have your opinion on what that means.
Yeah, we did some shows on that, but let's talk about it for a
Yeah,
moment.
that can be found in the Hibbisheims,
Here
where
you
it
go,
also
right
talks
here.
about
Go ahead.
Amun.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. Saying that can also be found in something called the Hibbisheims, where it talks about how Amun created man and of these different, speaking different languages and different skin colors.
So if anybody sees this is at the entrance, I guess it just says entrance west wall of the Great Sun Hymn, but I think this is of
Amarna period.
Yeah, but I gotta go back up because it's all right. It is, but what temple is it on? They should be telling us. So one of Akhenaten's and Tel Amar is the province. It's the rock tombs. Is a rock tomb. Okay. And so if anybody wanna because I've been doing my readership, I started off, praise to Ra Harakti who rejoices on the horizon in his name of the sunlight that is in the sun. Aton. It says, who lives forever and forever, the great living Aton, who is in the festival, Lord of the all that sun orbits, Lord of the sky, Lord of the earth, Lord of the Aton, temple in Akhenaten. All right, it says, through the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, who lives by Ma'at, Lord of the two lands, Neferteper, Ru, Ra, Wa, and Ra, the son of Ra, who lives by Ma'at, Lord of the crowns, Akhenaten, great in his time. And through the great royal wife whom he loves, mistress of the two lands, Nefertiti, may she, hold on.
You know what's funny? I'm looking at the transliteration and what you're reading, some of that's not even there.
Exactly, they be doing that. And I said, hold on, because this is a hymn to the sun, but this is a hymn to the sun during Akhenaten's time. But they still gonna say it. So let's trip off that. I don't want to have to read the whole thing, because just like I said, hold on. I'll get to read 30 pages and then it'd be the wrong one. But he gonna still say it in this. I do know that, but this is the other hymn to the sun ain't the hymn to the Aten. They be trying to get at Ra, and so but let's still watch them say the things that you said. It's starting, I think, a little bit right here. Who allows the seed to develop in women, or who allows liquid to become human genes? Who quickens the son of his mother's womb and soothes him, in which stills the tears, that which stills the tears. O nurse in the mother's womb, who gives breath to, give life to everything that is created. When it comes out of the womb to breathe on the day of his birth, you open his mouth properly and provide for his needs. Now, so, okay, I'm going to just keep skimming through. It's kind of showing how they're getting at the sun. But they're going to start talking about, oh, here we go. This is the part you talking about. The foreign, or it says, you created the earth according to your desire when you were alone with people, everything large and small, everything on the earth that walks on the feet of everything that rises in the air and flies with his wings. The foreign countries, Syria and Cush, they belong to Egypt. You put everyone in his place and provided for his needs. Shout out to the Black Raven. I see that contribution. It's much appreciated. Let me see. It says, you put everyone in his place and provided for his needs so that everyone has his food and you determine the time of his life. Now, here we go. Tongues are different in speech, and so is their character. It says, their skin color is different because you differentiate the foreigners. You created the Nile and the underworld. Now, let me just say a few things about this text. Akhenaten bit, and he had this rewritten for the Aten, a text that was already written to Ra. Now let's focus on a few things here, because as you presumed or as you manifested, they talked about foreign country, Syria and Kush, right? But again, they say this sentence, you put everyone in their place. So he said they belong to Egypt, and you put everybody in their place, so everything is cool. And provide for his needs so that everyone has his food, and you determine the time of his life, okay? Now he says this, tongues are different in speech, so is their character. Their skin color is different because you differentiate foreigners. I would suggest that this statement about the foreign culture, Syria and Kush, they belong to Egypt, is it is a part of this overall thought, is like a rhyme scheme, is a part of this angle. But when he say tongues are different in speech, so is their character, their skin color is different because you differentiate foreigners. He's saying foreigners here to make it inclusive of all foreigners and not limited to Syrians and Cushites, which also belonged to Egypt at that time. So, I mean, this is just my stance on it. Like, I don't think that when they make this statement, because they say their skin color is different because you differentiate the foreigners, I don't think this is directly talking about the two foreigners, Syrian and Cush, but it's not excluding them.
Why not, though? Why wouldn't you?
You think it is excluding Syria and Cush?
Yeah, it's all one thing. He talking to the.
I said it's including. I said including. I said I don't think it's excluding. I said, listen to what I said. I said I don't think it's excluding Syria and Cush, but I think when they say foreigners, they're including all people. You see what I'm saying?
I don't think that. Based off what I'm reading, like if I'm just reading it and I'm reading it and interpreting it, he's talking about, because he said the foreigners. Where did he first say foreigners at?
The foreign country, Syria and Cush. Well, if we read
all right, so where you end the sentence at?
Well, that would possibly be true. The sentence ends at they belong to Egypt. But whether you end the thought or the angle at is what you mean. I'm with you. Where is the overall thought about these foreigners being concluded? Is being concluded right down here. Right there, so you saying this statement is only limited to Syria and Cush?
I'm saying, like if I'm talking about somebody, like if I be like, yeah, Jonathan and Christopher, they different than me, but they still belong to Egypt. And I'm talking to the son, and you put, like, I'm talking about two people, like two groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm introducing these two groups of people as foreigners in my introductory statement. And then I'm telling you, like, yeah, Christopher and Jonathan, their skin is different because you created them they're foreigners, or what he said, their skin color is different because you.
No, yeah, I know that stance is.
Hold on. Let me finish. He's talking to the son, saying you made them different than me. These two people I'm talking about, Syria and Cush, but they belong to Egypt, though.
Right. I was going to say I agree with the brother saying, because during this time, right, you got to remember during this time, 18th dynasty, this Amarna period, Cush was an enemy of Kemet during this time, right? The whole wretched Cush thing. They wasn't feeling them very, very much during this time.
Yeah, because he was trying to move the kingdom further up north, it's south, but he's moving it up north away from Cush.
Well, what I was going to say is I couldn't disagree with that, but you said let you continue, so I'll let you continue because I wasn't disagreeing. You feel me? I like the way that you say that this is only talking about Syria and Cush. It ultimately works for my argument the best. That's why I'm willing to accept it. Because you want to notice something? Cush is not Nahesi. And the reason why I presume the brother possibly brought us to this text, I'm only presuming because of what the content is about the so-called distinction between, should I say Nubians? Should I say, because Cush ain't even Nubians, so to speak, they are the Cushites from further. And to prove this, it was the letter intercepted by some of the magi who was rolling with Chamos when the letter was going to Cush. Some Nubians intercepted it. The only reason why I'm focusing on that is because, and again, I kind of like it better the way that you guys entailed it, that this is limiting, this statement isn't about all foreigners. It's simply about the Syrians and the Cushites who belong to Egypt, and their skin color is different for you to distinguish foreigners. I wouldn't think that that was a bad interpretation of this text.
Yeah,
So
it's just all about.
Sunchild, you asked for us to bring it up first. So I would probably see if anything we're saying is even the reason why you asked us to look at it.
Well, yeah, based on the whole conversation of Egypt and race. Like I said, I was taken aback by that and wanted to know if there was something in the interpretation or in the Egyptian language that would make that mean something other than skin. But it does say skin color here, and the version that I saw didn't have a few words in it that are here. It didn't say they belong to Egypt on Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's why I said that they copied. So maybe Wikipedia is sourcing the hymn to Ra, but Akhenaten wasn't messing with Ra no more. Remember? So he started messing with the Aten, which was still the sun. So he had them copy it over and make it be towards the Aten. So you might find a few different words.
Yeah. I just wanted to hear your opinion on it and get another viewpoint on what the skin colors being distinguished there could mean, if they were distinguishing between the Cushites or Nubians. And
Well, I definitely think that. Yeah, I mean, sorry, but I think. Well, first of all, can you share your opinion on it? Because you just got our opinions, but you never told us what you think about it.
Well, it seems what I'm trying to do is to distinguish, because with the conversation of race being the character, skin color, language, whether that's pointing to a concept of race in Egypt. Like I said, I'm not sure what to make of it. That's why I'm asking others' opinion as well.
Well,
So I'm sorry?
Well, I was going to say, when I first brought this on my show, it was because people said ancient Egyptians didn't have a concept of race, and that race is a modern day social construct. My man Tony Macaroni asked which word is for Syria. Here the word for Syria is core. All right? Core. And so when I first brought this out, it was to show that I called it the precursors to that type of thought. But I mean, if we want to be honest, this ain't even. Go ahead.
Are you saying the Egyptians did, in fact, use in this script that they would have a concept of race?
No, I mean, see, I tried to say it the way I said it to. Oh, real quick, let me respond. I tried to word it the way that I worded it so that I won't be boxed into that position. What I'm trying to say is I think that we have evidence of the precursors are the things, because one thing is clear. They are saying tongue, skin color, and character are different, right? And now if we that doesn't mean that we should pin that down as a racial category, but those three things are always attached to race when we see race. So when I say it, I say the thought don't develop at once. It developed through series of interactions, observations, and then they come to some type of a conclusion. Now, I'm not saying the ancient Egyptians, but humanity at some point in time, I don't even want to say humanity, some group of people at some point in time came to conclusions that there was something solid to be made of this. Now, if you want to say it's already solid with the text that we reading, I would be willing to accept that too. If somebody say their skin color is different for you to distinguish the foreigners, they're saying people from far away got different skin color. And they don't even have to be from far away. All they need is a different tongue and a different character. And you know what I'm saying? So what say you guys? We're analyzing this text together. And I think y'all position was stronger than mine's on the text. So that means that y'all probably need to be speaking and I could be listening.
Yeah, but I was just saying, I mean, along with the text, we have to kind of look at, like I said before, the period, right? I mean, this was during this period, the 18th dynasty, the relationship between the northern neighbors going into the Delta and the southern neighbors was volatile during this time, right? So I mean, even when they described the 9 bowls, right? Remember, 2 of the cities that were described as 2 of the 9 bowls were actually within the boundaries of, if you want to say Kemet during this time, you know what I mean? So we got to weigh that in too. Right? I mean, King Tut, his sandals, he had a Syrian and he had a Cushite on the bottom of the sandals. So see, it all kind of, I mean, it makes sense to me why they would say it this way. I don't see any contention in it, really.
Yeah, that's what I don't either, really. So then what are we saying? That they had a concept that developed in the race, or they had a race concept, period?
I think they had a concept of different people who they would have beefing with.
Yeah, I know they had that concept, but look, we don't distinguish the people we beefing with by their language. You know what I'm saying? By their character. We normally just distinguish it by their character. You know what I'm saying? Like they did something wrong. And he's saying tongue is involved and skin color is involved. So I'm just saying.
So look, let me say this, right? Let me make it a little simple. If I say and I identify as Black, African American, whatever. If I say I'm beefing with the Mexicans, their tongue is different than mine. Their character is different than mine, and their skin color is different than mine.
But just I ain't cutting you off, but he didn't say he beefing with them. He said the foreign country Syria and Kush belonged to him. So now he just like they all up in we got them and they all around. So that's how I take that.
Well, I just said beefing because I'm just using this as an outside example.
Okay.
You know, I'm tying it in with what he said, like, because it fits.
But saying beef is set a sentiment of, you know what I mean? It just set the sentiment of what you trying to make the text say.
No, I don't want the text to say that. I'm just using that as an example. Like, if I identify as African American or Black, and the Mexicans are foreigners, their tongue is different, their speech is different, their character is different because they don't act how we act. You know, and like we got certain swag, right?
And to say skin color, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the text. I'm just going off I'm going based off what he said is different. I'm looking at it like I threw the word beef in there and I took it out. I just used foreigner, you know. But at the end of the day, if you believe not to get into evolution, but if you believe out of Africa theory, they still belong to Africa. You know, they come from Africa, down the line somewhere. They migrated. So, I mean, if you want to look at it,
I'm sorry.
I said if you want to look at it in that sense, you know, go ahead.
Well, I think you was about to say something, Chris.
Yeah, and I was going to say there's a text during this time where they describe where they was trying to Egyptianize, if you will, the Cushites. They were saying that their language is Babel and they can't understand their language, and that they had this guy. I'll try to find the text, but anyway, they were trying to teach them to speak like Egyptians, if you will, or speak, use the speech that that they were using during this time. So clearly, again, there was some kind of, even though they were under the rule or they belonged to Kemet during this time, right, or to that region of Waset, thieves during that time, but nonetheless, they looked at them as being different because it's a little bit of tension there, right? Because this is when they were sending viziers down that way, to protect their interests. Well, not say their interests, the Wasetians or people of Waset or Thievians.
Well, we didn't even look at the glyphs either. We tripping. I know we can't see the glyphs. Well, now that I'm looking over here, we need to do a click through. Everybody know. Go ahead.
Like, if we really want to get down, like, we really got to see the glyphs. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, when we really do it, we got to pull up that dang primary. And if somebody do that, it gets really hard. But we just doing the best we can right now. So I'll shout out for the help. Let's see where we at. Let's do what we could do. So look.
Not say
yeah, now look, it's already leaking over here because look, we got the skin color word and we got there, right? They, them, and them. But look, what we get next? To be distinguished. So I guess you could say different, right? That ain't fake. Their skin color is to be distinguished, and it say to be distinguished twice. So we got how you saying this? Setini. I mean, how would you say the setiniu?
Setiniu.
Setiniu and setini. Now, setini. Now, distinguish setiniu to be distinguished someone. Then it say setini to distinguish you, right?
Right, you distinguish. Yeah.
You distinguish foreign. Now, we could come up with a better translation than almost their skin color is different because you differentiate. Well, because you
Yeah,
differentiate
that's
the
real
foreign.
close. I mean,
It's close. They good scholars, but I mean, where did they have to change? They didn't really have to change differentiate to different. Well, what was this? To distinct, they changed distinguish to different, but distinguish is different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because if they left, their skin color is distinguished. Wouldn't we still be getting the same thing out of that?
Yeah, because the word before it said setini, they distinguish. Wait, go scroll back over again. So it says their skin.
Their skin setinu.
No, yeah, to the glyphs. So the transliteration rather. So we have their skins. Those who are distinguished, you distinguish the foreigners. So this object right here is kind of acting like a participle. Those who are distinguished or those who are differentiated. Setinu.
Okay, so those who are different, then they
Yep,
skin color, they skin color different, basically. So they did that good. And then how do you make the sentii extra side?
Yeah, and so this right here is the Sedgmeth form. So you distinguish. That's what this would be. Or
you distinguish the foreigners. So you made them different.
Yeah.
You differentiated the foreigners. So I mean, hey, now listen. We didn't do they often don't, but sometimes you'll catch something. Tongues are different in speech, and so is their character. Let's look this up. This is like some tongues, huh? Am I wrong? Yep, that's some tongues. That's hella funny, because all throughout the show I've been talking about this tongue right here. And now we get to I mean, I should have remembered it was Ness, but now I get to remember. And so now they say tongues are different, but before I click on WEP, a W and P make me think about something open or away or something. What you get from WEP?
It could be the mouth.
To divide, you have to say to open, like I said. And so they say tongues is open. So basically they now this say tongues are different. Hold on. To divide, maybe they saying tongues are divided.
Yeah, the speech is different in word. Divide can mean different too.
Yep. So tongues are divided by or of words. It's gonna say of books or of words.
Yeah, in words.
In words. So tongues are divided in words, speech, or manner. All right. Now I don't remember Cad off the top. What's Cad?
Character.
Mm-hmm. They nature, they form, or their character. They character. Y'all see that? And this is a phrase meaning like what? Likewise. They character likewise.
It's a compound prep. Yeah.
So that was good. They is saying this, yo. And when we read it this way, they say it kind of harsher than the English.
Yep.
Right.
The only thing I would add to it is that if you continue reading, he talks about the Nile and the underworld, and that the regular Nile is for the foreigners, and there's a special Nile in the underworld for the Egyptians. So, which kind of makes it seems as if there's some type of embellishing of the Egyptian and their culture and so on going on. So I'm thinking, could it possibly like a poetic language to really make the Egyptians seem really special in the eyes of Aten? So there could be where it's like I said, just some real exaggerated language being used in this, if we want to take it not more as historical but as something more poetic, if you understand what I mean.
Hold on, but it don't say he gave it to the foreigners, but you're right. I get definitely what you mean, and I really appreciate you clicking the link today. Now, when we come further into the text, you're right. You say you created the Nile and the underworld. You bring him forth as your desire to quicken people as you created them. You are the Lord of all of them who labored with them. O Lord of every land, rise up for them. O day, son of great and renown, all distant foreign. I told you, bro. All distant foreign lands, you provide their livelihood. I'm saying the concept and the thought, this is just a few sentences later, that he might have been talking about more than just those two people. But y'all, I can see to that. Now let's keep going. You have given the Nile to the sky, rain, so that it descends to them. So real slowly, did someone want to say something?
No, my bad, my dog.
Oh, it's good. It's good. American Dreams. Like I told you, they was racist. Let me see. You have given the sky, the now sky. Hey, come in hard, American Dream. Don't act like you coming like a punk and you really want to beat up everything I'm saying. So stay in your right character and do it right this time. You have given the now to the sky. Like I don't deal with passive aggressive right. And it make me look like I'm on some other shit when I really know you just passive aggressive and you still trying to kill me. So why don't I defend harshly against the kill instead of just doing some passive aggressive shit like
This
you
the thing though, Jonathan. Like, who the king wrote this, right?
Uh-huh.
The king had it written. We can't impose the king's thoughts on everybody because everybody wasn't even with Aten or Amenhotep IV when he did this and turned himself into Akhenaten.
You right,
Like,
but he bit though. He bit off of the raw text.
Yeah.
So I'm saying it wasn't Akhenaten though, because the text was written before Akhenaten for the son Ra, when everybody was messing with Ra.
Yeah, but what
or Amun.
Amun. I apologize. But say you're right though. Wait a minute. They do got a hymn to Ra too though.
No, they do. But if you read the Hibbisheim though, this sounds very similar to the Hibbisheim too. So before the Aten though, remember it was Amun. So you're right though. He definitely bit this stuff.
Oh, because Amun at that time got turned to Amun Ra. Anyway, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, and then later on to Aten. Yeah.
Okay. So what was you saying, my brother? Scepter Ra, you had a contention.
I'm just saying, like he can't say all Egyptians was racist just based off this one text. Like I don't. That's not feasible in my mind.
Well, I just did that. You probably wasn't gonna do that, American Dream. I just was saying. I just was getting ready to fight with you. Well, let's see. You have given the now to the sky, rain, so that it descends to them, the people, and, like the sea, beats the waves on the mountains to irrigate the fields with what is theirs. So I just my brain got caught up because they said beats the waves onto the mountains. So I guess there's a part of the now where the mountains run right to the, that's just what I was thinking about. But anyway. How excellent are your plans, O Lord. Now, this is the part I think you were referring to. The now in heaven, rain, is intended for the desert dwellers and all desert animals that walk on their feet. The real now, it comes from the underworld to Egypt. Now, let's talk about this. Because I thought you said that the one now was for the foreigners. But it do say desert dwellers. Well, you shouldn't take, see the now in heaven is the rain, as they have it in parentheses here. I'm just going off these parentheses. The now in heaven could actually be the Milky Way from other attestations, but
the interpretation I'm looking at does say foreigners, not desert dwellers. So there are different interpretations. I'm looking at Tour Egypt.
What we're going to do is translate it, and we could beat Tour Egypt. So here with desert dwellers, let's go into the text and make sure we go line for line so everybody can follow it. We all know happy is the now. So they write with that. The now flood. Now we got an M, so it's going to be connected to something. It's in or to, and then next we got pet. So now they really is talking about a now happy in the sky, right? And then we see Sue, how they connecting this with a personal pronoun. Yeah. And if you want to build on some of the grammar, feel free to just give the information. We got this Kai to think about or to plan. Did I say that right? Kai or whatever? Okay. All right. Kai in, so they planning to or plans of, plans for. Now look, Kasat. Not desert dwellers. You're right. Foreign lands. Because it says kasati u, right? So when they put plural, it represents 3 strokes. That'll let us know we won't be able to let the speaker know we're saying something plural if we don't pronounce a u. So if we say kasat and they got the plural for 3 strokes, that'll be kasatu or kasatu. Right here you see kasati, but they wasn't talking about one person. Now let's go here. Kasati are people, yes, they do dwell in the desert, but not really though. Because a Kasat is just a foreign land. The foreign land don't have to be desert. Indeed, the foreign land could be just a place that's rich like Kush was Kasat. or any place that's foreign. So for some reason they chose the second option, desert dwellers, to force the ideology onto that he hating about desert dwellers. But it's more open who he hating on. I mean, well, he calling them, let's see, is he even hating? It says, the Nile in heaven is intended for the desert dwellers. So I know why they said that. Because they saying that rain is what the people who not close to are now need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so they chose desert dwellers to purvey that concept instead of just the other word. And then all the desert animals is actually in, well, they say four. It ain't really a all. I don't know what Aut is. Aut is a herd, okay. For herds or flocks, I guess that's good. Oh, there go the Neb, yes, for you. Kasat, hill country, foreign land, desert. As we see, the root to Kasati got desert at the end too, which would probably be, because people don't really say Kasat for desert. They would say red land or just Sharat. But anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's like, it should be, maybe, these scholars be good. So if we keep on thinking, we'll probably arrive at the same conclusion as them. It says all the desert animals, which is Kasat Neb here. Now, I don't, if y'all know this word before I click it, the Smitty, I know what it could say, but I don't know this shim. Oh, shim is to go. So shimmy, that's one who's going. It is a feminine person. So to traverse, yep. But I don't know why they feminized it with the T when it ain't nothing else really mandate. Well,
it's an infinitive. They're saying the going.
Okay. So that's where they got that walk. So this was kind of cool too. But ultimately, yeah, they saying the now not for foreigners. Well, the reason why we see why they said foreigners. I'll pause. If y'all want to build, I gotta take a quick short break. But the stuff is still on the screen.
Yeah, so the only thing I would add is that, can I be heard? Am I?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, from there, I'm seeing that there's something more poetic going on with the language, perhaps, and perhaps we can relate that to the strict dichotomies that he's making with the foreigners and the Egyptians as far as skin tones, languages, and characters as well. And someone mentioned something about whether we can say that that's actually true for all Egyptians. Would all Egyptians think this, or just for the king's thoughts? And in the second to last and last stanza, he does make it clear where he says, "Thou art in my heart, and there is no other that knows thee, save thy son, Akenat." And he uses a different name, which I think it's Akenat, in Nefer, Keperu, Rewa, and Re.
Yeah,
But and in the last stanza, it does say from in the Torah Egypt, Akenaton.
Well,
So
real quick though, feel off this, because I don't think we should attach this to that. Now you can say it is, again, I'm just saying. I'm not saying this authoritatively, but he's saying the Nile in heaven rain is intended for the desert dwellers.
Right.
That's saying the people that ain't close to our Nile got this other Nile, that's the rain in the sky. It's not really talking about the races no more.
Right.
It's just saying the people that's not close to the real Nile down here gotta wait for it to rain to get their water. That's all I think that this should be contained in this thought.
Smash. Look what they use at the end. They didn't say Egypt.
Oh, yep, look.
Yeah, the idea is that he distinguishes the Nile only for the Egyptians as well.
Well, that's another translation you got? That's another translation? Or it's going to say that after this?
No, in the same space as while the true Nile comes from the underworld for Egypt. That's a Torah Egypt translation. I think it says that in this one as well.
Well, you said four. You said four, and that's changing the context of the statement. That's mean the other one for some other people, and this one is four. Now, to be honest, this N might have a four under it, but N is normally two or from as directional. You see what I'm saying? And so if we say for Egypt, then it means that the other Nile could be for foreigners. But if you say the real Nile comes from the underworld to Egypt, it ain't really exclusionary. That's just the the path that it's taking. You see what I mean?
Okay. Which is the better translation from what you're seeing here with the TLA that you're using, 4 or 2?
Well, we can ask Chris, but I think that "in" is, in a sense, being used in the sense of direction and not as a sense of possession. If they would have said "ni," it would have been more like a sense of possession. But go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct, because in the underworld, they speak of the Nile. When the Noon gave water to the Nile, it flowed from the underworld to Kemet. So see, this lines up with the underworld text, with the I don't use the word underworld text, but you know what I mean, the underworld.
Now you also got to consider, he said earlier that Egypt, that he didn't say he was together with Syrians and Cushites, but that mean they would have had access to that real Nile too. So that would mean that this part of the text is simply, to me, I think, is just simply saying the rain, when it rained, that helped the desert people who ain't by the Nile. But us, our water come from the underworld, basically.
Now, yeah, stems from the underworld. And notice how they use the word tamari. They didn't use that. They didn't say ni kemet.
I know, right?
Or ni kemet.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
Let's see what's next.
I think sometimes when people speak about Egypt and they use the word Egypt, it can get you into trouble, because during this 18th dynasty, during that rule of that particular family, if you weren't from that region, if you weren't from that Waset region, then you were almost considered a foreigner to them. So if you were a Delta dweller, right? If you weren't from that immediate region, then you were at odds with them. They had to kind of keep their foot or keep a representative in your area to keep you in check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always thought, like, how you gonna rule a big ass area like that unless you put your boys in the, you gotta just like you trying to take over a city, you gotta have boys on corners and stuff. I mean, I don't know about that, but I presume I watch enough gangster movies to know that even if you was trying to take over a city, some people got to be stationed in places, else people gonna start taking over. You know what I'm saying? So you would have to leave some nobles, some dignitaries. I think they call them pot or whoever they in certain areas. Taharka said he was chilling with the pot of Tasseti when he got called to the throne. He said that on Kawa Stella 5 with the dignitaries of Tasseti. And so when we talk about, it's relevant to this because what I pointed out earlier was what I thought that this was being weaponized for a different reason, this text, but I presume wrong. And actually, what I still pointed out was that we should notice that they say Syrians and Cushites, because the Nubians ain't different. Now, how you like those cookies? I'm just saying. They say Syrians and Cushite skin is different. Shit, they didn't say the Nubians hella black and we red brown. Nope. They went down to the Cushites. Now, I do argue that Nahesi ain't a group of people, so I don't want to say anything that contradicts my overall stance. But even they know that Nahesi is just Southerners, so they saying the foreign countries Syria and Cush belong to Egypt.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Smash. No, go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm just about to run on. Go ahead.
Now, and I also too want to point out, if we think back to when we look at representations of Cushites, skin could also allude to color, but remember, Cushites, if I remember right from the study I've looked at, they also engaged in tribal scarification. Right. So it's not just the issue of color. I mean, their skin was literally different.
Yeah, so and if people want to understand even further what he's saying, when I click into this anim, the options scholars have for skin color is skin of a man, hide of an animal, or skin color. And we literally could apply all three, because your hide of the animal is like your tribal garb or whatever. So that would be the less divisionary, and less racist sounding, that they were saying, we don't rock what they rock, but that ain't what they meant. They were saying what the scholars seem to have concluded.
Right, because it couldn't just be color alone, because as we already know, there were people who dwelled in that area who were just as dark, right? So it can't just be color alone. It has to be some other distinguishing characteristics that the Cushites had, along with color, their skin. And I can't remember where at though, but I do remember seeing some representations of Cushites. They did practice scarification.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In the Tor Egypt translation, it does say Nubia, not Cushite. But just to go along with what I was thinking of, being kind of embellishing with the Egyptian identity of being Aten's own, there's a part in this section that reads, thou bringest, let's see, thou makest a Nile in the underworld, thou bringest forth as thou desirest to maintain the people of Egypt, according as thou madest them for thyself, the Lord of all of them. That is, it seems as if he is trying to make the Egyptians something separate intentionally, as if Aten made them separately for themselves. Which is why I'm getting the idea that there may be a bit of embellishment of the differences.
Yeah, you might be right too. They always embellish their differences to make Egypt look like the best of everything. Some of the iconography we see of captured Nubians ain't even from nothing that really happened sometimes. Like Tutankhamun's shoes, Tutankhamun didn't do that. He just was showing that he had control over people to set Egyptians apart. So I would agree with you on that. American Dream, if you want some, go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, blessings. I'm wondering what was just mentioned about the Egyptians being close to God and God creating them for himself. That kind of sounds like the Israelites, doesn't it?
Oh, he about to try to tie Akhenaten to the Hebrews, man.
Man, come on, man. You trying to shoot me from a weird angle, American Dream. I'm going to tell you like this. They ain't had nothing to do with no Israelites, huh? I told you I'm shooting.
It does sound like if I was doing a did the Bible copy from Egypt debate, I don't see why I wouldn't add that as part of my case if I was saying, yeah, the Bible did steal from Egypt. Because what Sunchild just read sounds like the Egyptian story. I'm sorry, like the story of the Israelites.
I don't know if I can disagree, but I want to, bro, because I know you sneaky, bro.
I'm disagreeing.
No, that's all I'm saying.
I don't know it, but I'm disagreeing.
I'm really not saying anything more than that.
Let's hear Scepter who disagreed. What's your contention about what he said?
Because people try to tie Akhenaten to Joseph all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like they try to tie him. Now we was talking about any other time period, any other pharaoh. I might try to agree, but just based off the stance where I'm coming from, where in history with me dealing with people, they always try to tie Akhenaten to being a Hebrew Israelite, and it's just not gonna happen.
All right. Come on, American Dream. You had something else, man. Let's get it funky in here. Come on. You ain't coming that
no,
song.
I really don't have anything else. I do think I'm interested in what Sunchild is talking about. He does seem to have some information that is interesting. Because I did, when I came back in, I heard you mention something about the Egyptians being racist. You were asking that, and I was just wondering why you were, because I had to step away, and when I came back, I realized you were questioning whether the Egyptians were racist, and it was just all very interesting to me. So I really don't have anything other than to just kick back and listen and listen some more, because it does sound like an interesting conversation. It does sound, similar to what you and I have been speaking about in terms of because it kind of now sounds like we have to re-question whether the Egyptians had a concept of race. Because, if we do want to bring it back to the Israelites consider themselves to be a race as well. In the Bible, they're written as to be a race. And so, everything we've been talking about the Egyptians, considering them to be this race, and now to hear that they are specially made for God, it does sound eerily similar to the Israelite stuff. And I'm really just more interested in listening right now than anything else. And, I'll add on if there's anything else, but that's pretty much what I wanted to add, is that, do we have to revisit this idea of whether or not the Egyptians
you in the Matrix. We can kind of hear you, but you're in the Matrix. But we got the brunt of what you were saying. And yeah, hey, I hate to have
Right.
to
And let me
agree.
ask Sunchild. Let me ask Sunchild. Sunchild, did you say your version said Nubia and not Kush?
Yes.
So it was speaking of, so the Egyptians were speaking of the Nubians
No,
being the
no, you know
foreigners
what
and
happened?
of a
We're gonna
different
look at it.
skin.
You know what happened, and we got to front them off. So let's go back to that. They translated Cush as Nubia in his version. I'm telling you, here go the word right here. Look, Korkes. We always do this, right? So there's no way unless we go to Akhenaten's and to say Nahes here. I mean, we go to the other hymn and it say Nahes. Y'all see this K and this S, which represents Cush. So somebody
That's
just
toward
took
Egypt. That's
liberty.
toward Egypt, though.
Pardon me?
That's Jimmy Dunn.
Yeah,
I
no, he
mean,
does
we gonna
good
go with
work.
Jimmy
No,
Dunn, right?
I'm not mad at him, but you know, we could point out the prerogative he took. If that's unless he's sometimes he didn't translate it, he might be using a translation that took that prerogative. But if I click this, it's gonna say Syria, see, and if I click this, it's gonna say Kush. So now it's not illegal to. It's really an error to translate Kushite as Nubian, right? You see it's right here, but I'm saying it's not illegal because it's in the gold region of Nubia, but Nubians never raised up a kingdom. These people, particularly who called their kingdom with kingship and regency, they called it Kas. You know what I'm saying? Or Kash or whatever. I'm not trying to be accurate with the pronunciation. But what I'm saying is that person took that liberty and he didn't use this first definition. He simply opted for the second one, which ain't out of the question,
Right.
but it causes more confusion.
Nubia and Kush are both south of Egypt, right?
No, a portion of Nubia is, and a portion is the south of Egypt. That's why it causes so much confusion to not just say the primary definition. Basically, if we look at the text, the glyph's gonna have a K and a SH. You see what I mean? So he should just say Kush, and then he gonna take the liberty.
But Nubia is south of Egypt.
South of Egypt and the northern portions of Kush. Some say it goes all the way to Kerma. But if Nubia represents gold and you can't find gold in Kerma, then that'd be hard to say that Egyptians went down that far to the area they went to for gold. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, what I'm actually saying is the way the four races are broken down, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the four races are broken down based on north, south, east, and west, where Egypt is north.
All right, now it's time to get rowdy. You're not about to keep calling at the four races, bruh. We already had a whole segment of the show. You got kicked off, bruh.
Jimmy Dunn calls it the four races.
All right, let me pull that up now.
Article you pulled up said
you lying
races,
on Jimmy Dunn. You lying on Jimmy Dunn.
Jimmy Dunn says four races, bro.
Let me see the Book of the Gates. Watch it say Book of the Gates and not four races. Book of the Gates, Jimmy Dunn. Oh my gosh. Why it don't say four races? What's the title of the text?
It's gonna say four races, Smash.
All right, let me just go to the quick search. I'm gonna put races. R-A. Races. Now look, behind the papas, we notice the bossos of the blessed dead, and at the beginning of the lower races are the four races of mankind, including Egyptians, Asiatic, Nubians, and Libyans. Each race is represented by four individual figures. Oh, he boo-boo. I thought he was better than this. So I'm just taking some props away from him. Because he just look, let me show you.
I don't know. Somebody
look, this is how you do it in scholarship, bro. Let me show you. Go to the bottom of the page.
Well, you gonna show Jimmy Dunn how to do scholarship?
Look. Hold on. Let's see.
You showing me how to do scholarship or Jimmy Dunn?
No, not you. I'm trying to see if what I'm accusing him of occurred the way that I think it did. His sources is Eric Harung, Donald B. Redford, Eric Harung, Ian Shaw, Robert Amor, Ian Shaw. Okay, he didn't budge up. See, I was about to say maybe we're gonna go to the bottom of the page and see that so I'm just gonna say I could talk to Jimmy Dunn and ask him why he's saying that. You feel me?
But see, this is an article, right?
Yeah, that's why I told him don't do articles, do scholarship.
Hold on though. So
come on, Smash.
Let's let Scepter rock
and then take it back.
No, you showed
what
you showed that Jimmy Dunn said that. Now let's hear from Scepter rock.
Indeed.
I was gonna say this is an article, so whatever he extracted from those books, will be in quotations. It'll be a short quote or a long quote.
I know. I thought he would put.
The whole thing.
I thought he
It's
was
not
gonna put the
the thing.
numbers. He didn't even do it like that though. Look, ain't none of them quotes there. You feel me?
I think I seen some quotes in here.
Okay.
I seen some quoted. Like
Maybe,
right
no,
here.
he's
right?
doing it like this. He's doing it like I
Right.
be doing it. He talking about them out loud. There's 3 ways
Right.
you can cite
So
people.
look, so let me say this. Anything outside of this is his own words. The author, or not the author, but the person who wrote the article.
Hold on. In 1905, Buzz de Scribing translated the sarcophagus version and made a comparison between its hours of the nights and those of the Amduat. However, because this time the lid of the sarcophagus was destroyed, his analysis was wrong. The incomplete version of the book found in the tomb of Hornell was published in 1912. More recent editions of the Book of the Gates, including, man, he ain't calling it the 4 races of mankind, but you are right. When trying to describe it, he called them races. So he's in error.
That's
there.
outdated.
Yeah, he's in error there. I should write this new article and send it to Tour Egypt and see if they'll update it. Huh?
Smash. Like I said, you also sent me to Carl Richard Lepsis, and what I saw from his work, it also said 4 races.
Okay, well, he say 4 races too. Good. Now, so you don't believe it ain't 4 races now? Huh? Hey, I thought I seen Chef come in. He must have left. All right, so it's 4 races then, all right? This is why people become Masons, bro. I'm telling you, because you can.
No, but the main point I'm making, Smash, all I'm saying is, if it's true that they did see races, then it's also true that they saw the Nubians as a different race as them. They didn't see themselves.
So that's why you're
as
trying to
people.
force that. I told you, I had you. Let me find my sound effects.
Black people are very weak. They're getting weaker by the day. They're getting weaker by the day.
This is the same thing I said to you. This is the same thing I said to you yesterday, Smash.
Denied. You know you was getting denied all over your words, right? Go listen back to that part. They couldn't even hear you. Well,
I like that denied.
I'm
like
with
that
you.
denied
Yeah,
stuff.
it's
That's
cool.
cute.
I'm with you that you did good to show that other scholars made the same error, bro. Like, I'm totally with you. And you can find plenty of books that are old that fortifies that error. And possibly many articles like this. But I mean, hey, I'm not just drawing what I'm saying from no sources. And so I will be able to provide for you some people that'll straighten it out for you. Hopefully. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed, that's very nice of you. You're a very nice man.
Well,
Thank
you know,
Smash.
sometimes it be taking me 3 weeks, and I'll be like, I remember when American Dream said, and then I'll get juiced to research it. But right now, everybody else in the chat already knows, so I'm not really juiced.
Would it matter that if we actually looked at the text from the Tumaseti one, if they don't mention race, then would it be safe to say that the people who called it the 4 races were in error?
American Dream?
Well, you know, even if me and Smash had the same discussion yesterday, we said whether it meant race or people or divisions or categories, whatever it means, my point is that they saw the Southerners or the Nubians as different from them. They didn't see themselves as the same people as those people from the South, the Nubians or the Kushites. They saw themselves as different, as very different. And what I'm learning tonight is that they saw themselves as different, like the Israelites see themselves as different. They saw themselves as a special kind of different, like not just different from the Nubians, but different from everybody else. These were God's chosen special people. So, you know, and we have to, you know, with these types of revelations, we have to kind of, you know, be a little like Reggie and open our eyes.
But real quick, Chris.
Let me tell you this.
Go ahead, Chris. Go. You go ahead.
Now, I was going to say, so what if I told you that in the scene that we're talking about from the Book of Gates, what if I told you that they said that all of these people were created from the tears of Ra, and that they're called Ramech? Then what would you say?
That the Egyptians were created from the tears of Ra?
Not just the Egyptians, but those so-called different races were also made from the tears of Ra.
I'm sure, because in the Book of Gates, they all get a chance to enter into the afterworld. So that is that it is not in that context, it's not a knock against them, because it does show that everyone gets to enter or has a chance to enter the afterworld. So I'm not saying that they didn't, have any type of good feelings towards them, but it's clear that they thought they were a different people.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point.
Well, I'm not sure if I would say that put this again on the entire Egypt, or just leave it on Akhenaten as his idea, and say that it's all the Egyptians that felt that way. And also, I would like to say that if you're going to compare to the Israelites, you must remember that the Israelites, as much as they tried to separate themselves from the Canaanites, they seem to be, in fact, the same people as well.
Yep.
In which case, the Egyptians would be the same people as the Nubians or Cushites, regardless of their religious aspirations to separate themselves.
You're right. It's about understanding a political view versus a domestic view. It's kind of like the political view will make some think Americans hate Mexicans, right? But then if you came to America, you'd be like, all I seen was Mexicans, right?
No, that's like saying, no, I mean, what Sunchild just said is like saying, if the Israelites were going to steal from the Egyptians, they would have stolen everything.
Oh, I'm giving you a different analogy. I'm giving you a different analogy. So why when I just said my analogy? Okay, that's fine. But I was asking you right. I said right. You said nah, and then you said your contention to Sunchild's.
No, I was responding to Sunchild. To be honest,
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't want to forget my response to Sunchild, but you know what I mean. If you want to re-ask your question,
I'll ask it after. Go ahead, respond to Sunchild.
Yeah, I just did actually. I just said that the Israelites they don't have to take every part of the Egyptian story for us to say they took from the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. They don't.
So let me rephrase this question for you then. Or the analogy I was given to see if you could kind of see it. I said it was sort of like, imagine looking at America's political stance, and you were a foreigner, you wasn't inside of it, and all of the stuff they've been talking about, building a wall between Mexico and America. The political view would cause you to think that people in America don't like Mexicans. But the domestic view, when you actually spend time on the ground, you would be like, oh, that's not true. That's just the policy of who's ever in charge at the moment. And so you can make that analogy back with what we're talking about. As my brother said, you should look at it as probably like Akhenaten's view and not the view of the people.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it ain't everybody's view. Like, I rock with Mexicans. I love Mexicans.
I do think that the article said that the Book of Gates was included in most of the pharaohs of the New Kingdom. So I don't think it was just Akhenaten's view. But I do hear what you're saying.
No, hold on. Let's slow down. I messed up. When I said Akhenaten's view, I was referring to the text that we've been reading of Akhenaten, who has separated the people. I should have said the view of whoever the tomb owner was that we're scrutinizing. And yeah, it is copied over into multiple tombs. And funnier than that, in the tomb of the pharaoh who had Nubian DNA, E1B1A, the Egyptians or the Rimech look just like Nubians in his tomb. So, but y'all want to throw that out.
Yeah, and I'm not totally disagreeing with you. I do agree that it could be something political, and there could be political because their religion and their politics was not separate. Like, it was all one thing. So is it possible that all of this has politics wrapped into it as well? Of course. I'm not denying that.
I thought you was asking that question. Aaron DeSosa seems to say so, and you can watch his videos. But here's the thing that I think we just figured out a little bit together, because maybe what we're saying is the answer to why there's a Nubian in the place of Rimech in the tomb of Ramses III. This thing occurs in like 5 tombs: Horemheb, Seti, Ramses III, and maybe y'all know the other 2. Now, in all of them, they look different than the Nubians. Just like you saying, and I'm willing to accept what you're saying as long as we throw out the race thing. You can notice differences without calling it a race. Like we all do. Babies could do that. I be seeing white babies staring at me. That baby don't know nothing about race, but they know I look different than their mama and their daddy, and they just trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be seeing that shit. You walk in the store, like, why this white baby can't stop staring at me? Because they like, what's going on? Now, that baby ain't saying nothing about race, but they just noticing the difference. I don't want to go too far off on that and lose the overall theme that I'm trying to say, which I'm almost doing right now. So I'll let somebody else speak, if you so choose.
I do think you kind of lost your thought, but I do think it was an important point you were making.
Well, take me back to what I was breaking down then. I'll bring it. It flew off like a bird on my shoulder. Sometimes that happens.
I know, because I was vibing with what you were saying. And you know, it kind of, I'm hoping it comes back to you.
It will. It's cool though.
Yeah, but I do think it was an important point because it's skipping my mind right now as well. But you were making a good point.
Appreciate that, even though it just
if you can remember it.
It just flew right out my mind. Sometimes I think that stuff happens on purpose, so I don't even, like, if that happened, then I wasn't supposed to finish saying what I was going to say. even though we could just continue that. Oh, no, I'm right back. It was a good point. Thank you. Horemheb, Seti I, Ramses III, right? Now, in the tomb, and we got 2 other tombs. In the tombs of the other people, they do look different than the Nubians. But then they had a chance to do the DNA on Ramses III, and they found out that he has what they call sub-Saharan, whatever, African DNA. And his representation of what a standard Egyptian looked exactly like the Nubians. Now, I'm saying we don't even need to say that's true either. We could have just figured out that was his political view, and it was his tomb. And everybody don't walk through tombs to see what you wrote in there anyway. As a matter of fact, you was trying to keep people out of your tomb. So maybe it was personal to him that he had that DNA, and he was like, you doing me a book of the gates? Make the Egyptians look how I look. I'm just saying that's a probability because he's the only. Instead of saying, I think we're arrogant to say the ancient Egyptians made a mistake on an icon that they wrote 4 times, and then they put a name and labeled it. And no one caught that in thousands of years. But us on YouTube, I think it would be more clear to say that, it would probably be more probable what I proposed at first, but who knows?
So are you suggesting that Ramses III had a consciousness of race and skin color?
Again, you don't gotta call it race to try to draw yourself like your mama and them. So here's another thing, right? I was thinking, you know what I mean? Here's another thing I started thinking. Eventually, the concept of race is going to develop in humanity, no matter whether it develops nefariously or wholesomely, because this is how families work. With the first is some duality. Somebody named Israel coming in. It might be Israel Doctrine. He's trying to get the show closed down, but he's welcome. Whoever is welcome. Oh, that ain't Israel Doctrine. Cool. Shout out to you, Israel. So what I'm going to say here is, think about, first we started with this duality with the man and the woman. Then we got the triune. We got the 3 people, right? But then families grow, right? And you start getting 14, 15 cousins after a while. Think about it. And when the external family gets really, really, really big, some concept of capturing that external family is going to start to develop. And the thoughts of men who sees that this family going to keep growing. They're going to develop a concept behind that eventually to talk about what we call a race. You know what I mean? What people eventually think is a family that has grown so big to now it's like hundreds of thousands of people that all descend from the same root. Humanity is going to mandate that our categorization process say something about that. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I think. I don't know if that's true or not. What y'all think?
Well, I don't necessarily think that in 3000 BC, I can see where in 3000 BC humanity was old enough to be able to make that distinction and come up with that concept. Like, I don't, because one of the first things we notice about people is that they're a different color than us. Like, race is something very obvious and really quick to see. So I don't necessarily see why for me, it's not unheard of.
But you keep limiting
that they would have
hold
that
on,
concept and use that as something to distinguish
I'm not
people.
disagreeing, but it seems like you only can see things one way. Like you keep limiting noticing differences to being race. And I'm saying, I see, yeah, they pointed out all the things we call race now, but do we think it happens like poof, or do we think it develops into that concept? You know what I'm saying? And so we so old, and these are the first time we hear people saying stuff like this. Do we think they had that concept already, and this is the first time it got written down? I'm willing to, I'm open. This conversation seems like it's not a big debate.
I think what we just read, it said they spoke about different languages, different skin color, which are things that if we look up race, as you said, those are parts of what race is. So they may not have used the term race, but it appears as if they certainly did know the characteristics of race or the things that made up race, and they recognize those things. So they may not have used the term race, but they were using those distinctions.
All right, well, let's think about when you're picking teams. Let's just take it to sports just to see how we categorize things sometimes that are physical that don't necessarily apply to race. Now, let's just keep it all the way honest. If you go play pickup game of hoop at the hoop court, even skin color is about to come into who you about to pick. You don't want to be all the way honest about that, but you're not even thinking about race, right? But even to select your team for hoop, you're going to be like, the black dude probably got hops. You feel me? Tall dude might go. You're going to go through all of these, but you probably even will go to language and say, you might not say a separative language, but you'll go to the smaller facets of language and not pick a player who won't communicate with you. Therefore, if you got a language barrier with a player, it's probably going to be something you take into consideration too. All I'm showing is we can match these categories up with other things than race. You know what I'm saying? Where you still got to say is a difference in language. You still got to cite a difference in skin color. And it don't ultimately lead to you being a racist, basically. Because if you're trying to substantiate race for it to end up at racist. But go right ahead, But go right ahead, Sunshine.
Smash, can you go back up in the version that you have where it mentions the countries of Syria and Kush?
Yeah, I'm pulling that back up right now. Somebody said Garfield whooping on me, so I'm going to go lay in the bed and listen to him slander me. He ain't got no information, so I ain't mad. He's just mad because I made a blapper that was killing him. Hold on. So I'm trying to pull up this TLI of which one? It was the hymn.
Right.
So let's see if it takes us right back to it. Hopefully it will. Maybe I'll close that page out. So just give me a moment and y'all could just build.
Sure. Because I'm trying where it says the countries of Syria and Kush. I'm trying to see if it says the land of Egypt in your version.
It says Tamari. We remember that. Before I get to it, he cited that it said Tamari. Chris, when he was around, have noted that it didn't say Egypt. It said Tamari, which is Egypt, but it don't say it that way. It don't say Kemet, it just say Tamari, the beloved land.
Okay, how come it didn't say it in the English when it transferred it? Did it say Syria and Kush?
says Syria and Cush, and then it says they belong to Egypt. You feel me?
They belong to Egypt.
I think
So, yeah. And in my version, it says the countries of Syria and Nubia, the land of Egypt, where I think is where you can draw the conclusion that when he talks about them, their skin colors, that he's including Egypt with Syria and Nubia. And I'm trying to think, is he only compared, speaking of the skin colors of the Syrians and the Nubians? Because he goes down and he says, as thou distinguished the foreign peoples. So I'm thinking he's only distinguishing the Syrians and the Nubians by skin color and not necessarily includes the Egyptians in that. But he's only speaking about...
Let me ask the question real quick to Sunchild. Now, Smash can show facsimiles of Nubians and Egyptians being interchangeable in their phenotypical look features. So how could he be distinguished?
Oh, you know why?
We can do that.
So I showed him that that was an error. We looked at the text and clearly seen the word that the scholar translated as Nubians was Cush. And so that's what's creating the confusion, because y'all got to think of the real, true color gradation of the Nile Valley people. The people southmore ain't as dark as the people who was by the equator. The darkest is the Nilotes, the ones that live some in Egypt and some right outside of Egypt. The people from Kush southmore is lighter. They would look closer to the hue of a black American. Now, if a black American looked like a Nilotic hue, he grew up in the hood with people calling him black all the time, or blacky, like darker than me or dark as me. You feel me? But you can look at Kushites that's lighter than me, and they southmore. So we need to keep that in mind, that happens. This is just a color gradation that deals with UV radiation and not other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the south more you can, or I'm gonna just end by saying it's not like the more south you go, the blacker it get. It's only when you get south of Egypt, you get the blackest people on earth, and then you go, Kushites be light. The Khoisan people is hella light.
Right. Well, what I'm looking at is when American Dream mentioned the fact that Akhenaten distinguished between the Egyptians and the Nubians as different races. But I'm not sure if that's correct from taking a double look at it. I think he's only the distinctions that's going on here with the natures and the skin colors and the languages. I'm looking, and it seems to be only the Syrians and the Nubians that he's
please, brother, please, because you keep saying Nubians, and I'm trying to correct that.
Okay.
So this is the thing. Your source is all in English, correct?
Yes.
See, and so now we have a better source on the screen that gives us the English and the ancient Egyptian. And so when I click on Kush, we see the K and the S, right? So we pinpointed that there was a scholar who took prerogative to make that in the Nubia. But the only reason why I'm saying this is causing confusion is because the attestation my brother American Dream brought out says Nubians actually. So now it could seem like he can use this to say they distinguish between the Nubians, and this text don't say anything about Nubians. It clearly say Syria right here and Kush. And so, again, the mistake you're making is one that we could all make, because some scholars teach that Kush and Kush and Nubia is interchangeable. But they don't think that if they knew we'd be doing this level of scrutiny, they'd tell us to pay attention and not make that mistake. You see, so that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at something else where it says they belong to Egypt, and when he goes on to speak about what distinguishes them, the tongues, the skin colors, and the language, what I'm seeing is that I'm thinking he's only distinguishing the Syrians and the Cushites, but that distinction
you made a very good point. Thank you. Now I can end it on that. I'm gonna end it like we can end it like this. Go ahead.
Yeah, he says they belong to Egypt. And in my version, it says their skins are distinguished, and thou distinguishest the foreign peoples.
Well,
so he's not including the Egyptians in this distinguishing here.
You remember when our brother told us that they said the Cushites' language sound like Babel? And see, the Nubians speak ancient Egyptian. So that's checkmate. The Nubians speak Medu Necher. So we know Nubians are fully excluded from this. They're talking about people more south on this attestation. The Nubians speak Rani Kemet, or I should have said. So their tongue ain't different. The Nubians' tongue ain't different. The Southern Egyptian tongue ain't different. It's they get a little different dialect, but I don't think they're talking about dialect. They're talking about different in speech completely. And so I hope people was taking note of that this says their tongues are different. The Cushites had a whole different language. Nubians didn't. Even Cushites eventually wrote in another script too, but Nubians, basically I can show you Nubians whose whole stela is all ancient Egyptian. What that make you say, American Dream?
No, I'm wondering if you're really saying that the Nubians spoke the same language as the Egyptians.
Yeah, they definitely did. They definitely did. I got plenty of text that show that.
Crazy as hell.
But it's so easy.
Okay,
because we American Dream. This is what happens. You don't never do presentations, but you argue about the same things over and over, right? And so what I do when we argue is I make a presentation because you're gonna act like you forgot it. So I'm gonna go back to the first time we talked about this in another presentation while y'all pulling it up, and you're going to see what I've shown you over and over again, and you acting like you don't know it right now. It's funny.
Right. It's also interesting
Yeah, let me jump in here. Even when we go to the Greek source, what did Diodorus of Siculus say? Didn't he say that
exactly who I'm pulling
nature
up.
comes from, inner Africa, from the Nubians up to Egypt?
Bro.
He even says more people in Nubia speaks the Medjugorje than you have in Egypt.
Exactly. Now, bro, you are such a boss because I don't think we got to speak before, but I like the way we just made our acquaintance because you read my mind, and you see what's on the screen right now?
Because I've been following your work, man.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You just cited what I was looking for. So this is for you, good brother American Dream, right here. As we read, they say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians, that would be your Nubians, Cushites at this time, Osiris having been the leader of the colony. And the larger portion of the customs of the Egyptians they hold, Ethiopian. The colonists still preserve their ancient manners. For the two kinds of writing which the Egyptians have, which is known as popular, demotic, is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred, which we call the Medu-Neter, is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians who learned it from their fathers as one of those things that are not to be divulged, which are not to be divulged. But amongst the Ethiopians, American Dream, I repeat, amongst the Ethiopians, everyone uses these formal letters.
You need to log off.
And you should know,
so
this person is not
African. Like,
nah, let's let Last Griot get it real quick, American Dream, because he came in dark. What's up, Last Griot?
Yeah, this guy is not an Afrocentrist. He is the foundation of European history. So this is a serious guy. It's not Dr. Ben saying it. It's not Diop saying it. So if you wouldn't take our word for it, we are hoping you take these guys' word for it.
Wait, Diop's word? Did you say you're hoping I take Diop's word for it?
No, he didn't hear what he's. You can't even hear, bro. Like everybody's speaking clearly, bro. You're not comprehending nothing. He said that he was well spoken in what he said.
I understood him.
Well, I thought he mentioned
Diop. Brother perfect.
He did mention it. He's telling you this person is not Diop. This person ain't Dr. Ben. This is Diodorus Siculus. If you don't want to take your elder's word for it, like Dr. Ben and them, are you about to sit here and discredit Diodorus Siculus on the accounts of what he know about his trips to Kemet? And I paraphrased his statement. He didn't say it all.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Well, that's talking about the Ethiopians for one. If y'all are saying Ethiopians are synonymous with the Nubians,
oh man, we gotta teach you. We gotta teach you too much, bro.
Me personally, man. I don't know that Ethiopia is south of of Egypt? I don't know that. Maybe it's just my ignorance.
Stop
So
playing,
Smash,
bro.
let me ask you, please.
You do
Smash,
know
let me
that.
ask you.
You've been watching our shows enough. You being disingenuous.
Smash,
You know that at another
Smash.
time period. Hold on, because you know that at different time periods, Ethiopia moved around a lot. You watched enough of my show to not be able to front right now like you don't know who they talking about. See, since we pulled up the source, notice how I'm looking at your chess game. Your chess game weak. Since we pulled up the source, you don't have any way to directly attack it, right? So now you moving your king all over the board in order to keep it alive. And so you're going to go to something else.
I'm just trying to ask one question, and I'm actually trying to ask Sunchild a question.
Hey, Sunchild, let me jump in and read something.
See what I'm saying? Like, you don't even let me ask the question.
Right after Sunchild question is Eddie King.
No, don't ask Sunchild.
You done. You done.
No,
you trying to keep it going. Yeah, it's time to get you out of here. You in the waiting room. What's up with But shout out to you for keep coming back with American Dream. You always welcome. I only get rid of you when we done with your content. What's up with Eddie? What's up with Eddie?
Peace. Can you hear me?
What's up with it?
I wanted to read something real quick in regards to what you just posted in regards to the Nubian the language real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, here we go. So it says the language was first discovered in 1906 when a German scientist called Carl Schmitt brought a manuscript that he first thought was written in Coptic, but he soon discovered that the language used was different. From there, started the research into Nubian language, which was developed by Griffith with his monumental edition of the text, then available in 1928, 1958, and 1971-86, Magma and Brown. Brown, in 1991, provides a good review of old Nubian studies. He notes that studies have concentrated mainly on the literary theological texts, for many of which we have the Greek equivalents. Far less has been done on the documentary materials. He also stressed the need to undertake a diachronic grammar, which would treat the relationship between Old Nubian and modern dialects. But the question remains as to what preceded this written stage. When and how did Nubian come to the Nile Valley and displace Meroic? Or was it always there? That's the question that they're asking.
Well, here's the thing, and that's why they asked that, because we got to understand that it started way before that. I'm just going to have to give y'all to smash Rockwell. When all these damn foreigners start coming in, bruh, and tampering with the metal netter and messing stuff up, they even scrambled it up to the Nubians couldn't even read nothing no more. So, I mean, now we're going to start talking about it. Well, before, I don't want to be anachronistic, so let me slow down. At about the time when the Nubians come into the text, first thing they did was, when you heard of the Shabaka stone?
Yeah.
The Shabaka stone was actually an old ancient Egyptian text that he found worm-riddled and had somebody retranslate in order to get things appropriated, right? But one thing what I'm trying to get to is one thing that we got coming out of the 25th dynasty that they don't like to give us credit for is the Demotic script. The Demotic, anybody could Google it right now. What they about to do when you Google it is separated by 10 years. They're going to say we get the end of the Nubian pharaohs because they don't want to give it to them. So I do philology, and all you got to do is go find Demotic texts that date back prior than Wiki. It's plenty Demotic texts that go right into the time period of the Nubians, and this is when we get this new time period of the Kushite pharaohs, and this is when we get this new script. Now let's trip off this, because they had to do it again when the Romans started learning the metal netter and doing everything. So this is what they did. They kept the outline symbology of metal netter, meaning you can find the ankh, you can find a melodic name. That's why I said it in my new song. I said melodic, what I say? Melodic something in my cartouche. I said melodic script in my cartouche. See? I literally said it in the song that I made this morning. I said melodic script in my cartouche. Then I said Bennu, that's a Shinu, and then something else. But what I was saying, what I was indicating was they kept the chief symbology but changed the script because them intruders was mingling and messing with the meta-nature too much.
So Smash, to build on what you say, talk about proto-Sinaitic script, because that's exactly, to me, what those Semitic miners did. They had an understanding of the symbols, the other meta-netter, but they used the symbols to express their own language. Is that correct?
That might be correct, but I take it, my take on it is kind of the opposite. It's kind of like, because they formed whatever their script was out of ancient Egyptian letters. They didn't come up with they didn't come up with nothing new. So let me show you. If we pull it up, go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't come up with nothing new, but you can tell that they had a somewhat of an understanding of the symbols, but you could tell that they didn't know what they actually meant. They put their own values to those symbols.
Let me see if we can show people. Yep. Let's see if we can show people. All right, here we go. Now let me share the Zoom. Then I'm gonna get ready to close this down. I heard Garfield talking here, so I'm gonna go eat me some popcorn. That's good. I know he ain't got nothing for no debate talking about Diab lost.
But he anyway, on side or he on his own channel?
I don't know what he on. I don't think he on side, but let me see. It says now look, proto-Sinaitic right here, right?
Okay, for sure.
Now this is hella funny. They got this as the A that goes into the Phoenician and turns to the Aleph. The Aleph it turns to RA, right? Yeah. But they got this from an ancient Egyptian, as we know, this bullhead. But to me, I'm like, that's crazy because this ox head is not an A in the meta-nature. So this is what keep happening. They took the symbols and put they language to it. See what I mean?
Exactly.
And so here we go. We got a per, which we know means a house in ancient Egyptian. Now it comes to a B to them, and it's bayet. So this is why some say the P and the B might interchange, but we got a bayet for a house, and it's giving us this beta or this.
But let me ask you a question real quick before we go past that bet right there. But we see that what they did with it, but at this point in time, Smash, everything is still keeping the word it has the meaning of what it is.
No, that's what I'm saying. It don't. That's what I'm trying to show you. This is never an A in the meta-nature. If you write a head of an ox, that's never going to be an A ever. So that means they seen the symbols and knew that they represented sounds, but they didn't know which sounds they represent because they put their own sounds to them. They even took the throw stick, which is a'amu, and put a G to it. They took this.
Yo, I was just noticing that. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, they took exactly. They took a myrrh, which might be a myrrh, and a nim fish, and called it a D. So they did get this one right because this is ha. No, this is even ka, but the whole man is ha. But they got an H on it. Now look, they got this right too. The uchik. Okay, the Z ain't working. That's not right. That's a Y, and a Z is never should be a Y. Those are two different things. Y is like an I or an E. I mean, that's what it's close to. Let me finish illustrating for the people real quick. Because for a t sound, they have a O thing here. And so, I mean, it's like a, I'm just saying the H they got right because they got an H for hoot, but they got this completely wrong. This is like a shepesh, and they got an H. Well, I don't have to do them all, and for this H, they got an X. Well, what we can see is they knew that these symbols represent for the nature, they have a T sound, and for the 049, they got a T sound. Well, to wrap this up and let you speak, we can see they knew those things held sounds, but we can also see they didn't know what those sounds was. It's on you.
Facts. But just to build, just something that came to mind, just looking at this graph. So if I went Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daleth in the Hebrew, then I would go into the Greek. I go Aleph, Bet. I would go Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta,
absolutely,
and then I'll just go straight into English, A, B, C, D. You see how everything is even in the alphabet. It's still alphabet.
Yeah, it is. Now, my point is go to the meta-nature
and that and then it fall apart. And so one thing, alphabetical, it goes back to A, B. So you got to even have some
language families are closer together than they are to the hieroglyphs. That's why.
Pardon me.
Hebrew. I was saying,
but if we look at it like that, it could be a code to the hieroglyphs.
No, it ain't no code. They didn't know what they was doing. They messed that up. What I mean is, we could take that code and go try to read the glyphs and see if we gonna make some sense. Like I could go into the text and say that this is an A and see if it leads to something.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Smash. I got a question. How is it going to be an A when they don't have no vowels in the metanetter?
Yeah, and exactly. That's another reason why I told you in the metanetter it was never an A.
So hold up, so hold on. This is what I want to know now. Do they got all of the other symbols right besides the vowel symbol?
Nah, they got them all. I mean, they had one or two right. So this word, ancient Egyptian,
they got other stuff wrong too. So that don't even matter.
Yeah, exactly.
If they had everything right but the vowels, then I would just say they just adding vowels to it. If you're saying that other symbols are wrong, then they just out of pocket.
They all wrong. Look, y'all can see this, right? This is the D. This is the D hand, but they make a K sound when they see that.
Yeah, they just made.
Yeah, they like. That's why I said they was like playing like a kid. Like, ooh, I know it's a language. Let's make our own, like Pig Latin.
So they got the Jed pillar right there.
Where's the Jed pillar? They call it an S.
Right.
Do we think the Jed pillar was an S in Metal Nature? You just called it the Jed pillar, so you know you don't think that.
They right? Close.
So I hope I'm not over illustrating because I don't think this I'm not trying to refute you, but I'm just showing how silly they was.
That was a beautiful question, and that was a beautiful answer. like we learned something right here. Hopefully he learned something too. That was great.
Well, then, Lord, I'm about to wind it down. I'm at 4 hours almost. Anybody got some closing words? Let's get our arrows up. I'm about to go shoot up Garfield and troll up his whole show. But I ain't going to click the link. I'm going to let him live. But I'm going to just troll from the chat because I don't sit in the bushes, man. I'll be the biggest troll. So what's up?
Yeah, if it's not too much to ask, Brother Smash, I'm sorry. I hate to keep going back to the same thing, but where it says they belong to Egypt, can you just confirm for me that it does say they belong to Egypt and not just
look right here. Now this is a Kemet. Thanks for asking. So look, you see it?
Yeah.
Yes. Now look, this SN is where they get they from. But let's click it. Let's click it so you can see for your eyes. Now you see they and them, because SN is sin, is a way to say them. Right? But it shouldn't be independent. This is the deal. They breaking grammar. You see, it's supposed to depend on something. So it should be coming after something. It should be attached to something in front of it. So it's really they kush, but they breaking the grammar rules. The they should be attached to the kush, but it don't make no. Oh, yeah. So they really. Oh, you just made me analyze it. They are really in Kemet. They don't even belong to Kemet. They is in Kemet. Look, well, they gonna make this say 4, 2, 4 are at. So which one will work in this translation? Are they to Kemet? Are they for Kemet? Or are they at Kemet? They at Kemet. Exactly. And so now I'm glad you made me look at this because this says they belong to Kemet, but really the they should be amended to the kes. I can show you this because you don't have to know Metanetter to see this. Watch what you see. That the sin says a dependent pronoun, right? So it should be dependent on something that's in front of it. And I know Chris is here, so he could probably explain that better than me. Is that you, Chris? I thought. And so, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you see what we was breaking down right now?
No. I had dropped out for a minute. I was at the car wash.
Okay, this is crazy because when we looked at the part that say they belong to Egypt, they put the they in the wrong section. Well, not really. Cush and Syria, they belong to Egypt. They didn't do that wrong. But we see that how this grammar is going, it goes kes, they are in. I'm saying this is at. This ain't belong to because they didn't put it. I know you want to make this a knee, Chris, but if they didn't put a Y, then how you going to make it just not the N for 4 or 2? Because if it was a knee, y'all, I'm going to explain to people. If this was a knee, you could put a Y behind the N and it means belonging to. And it don't the Y don't always have to be there. So I'm questioning Chris, who know
Right.
the grammar really good. If it don't have to always be there, can you just pick arbitrarily and say that's a knee?
No, the construction is a genitive. So you got two nouns together, and one is expressing. If you put the need there, then of course one is going to express possession. So that's how you know that it's need.
So you think it is
when you want to
need.
use.
So you don't think it's at, you think it's belonging to.
Yeah. The reason why it's not a two and nothing like that is because, I mean, again, not to bore everybody, but it's normally two when you have what's called a dative construction, and this is not a dative.
Okay.
So
explain
two
dative.
nouns.
Explain dative for the people, please.
So a dative, long story short, a dative would be the object of a verbal sentence. So for example, if I say he saw the orange, right? In this case, the orange would be the object. But if I said he went to the store, to the store is a noun, but if you translated that in Rodney Kemet, then that to the store would be a knee, something, whatever it was to the store. So then that would be the object. So it's not a dative, right? Because it's not an object of anything. So this would be two nouns. And when you have the knee there, then that's expressing belong to or possession.
So, well, then that means they do belong to Kemet.
It's knee Kemet.
I just was saying that it was an option for it to be in Kemet, which would be at Kemet. But yeah, I like the way you explain that this isn't.
Yeah, normally the N would be represented during the New Kingdom, during the Middle Kingdom by the owl. That would be N.
So, brother,
but now go ahead.
I got a question for both of you guys. Why are they putting for the Kemet? Why are they putting Egypt instead of Hekapatah?
Well, you're right. They should actually put the Black Land. You mean it backwards? If they should be drawing Egypt from Hukapatah, but they don't see Hukapatah,
exactly.
And they're putting Kemet. Well, that's because Kemet, in the sense of what we know as Egypt today, grew to a point where that meant that whole thing. But I always point out instances in the text where Kemet wasn't even Egypt. It was just certain little slivers inside of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And so, so now we got to deal with the time period. They must conclude that in the time period of Akhenaten, Kemet was used to say both the red and the black land. So they don't want to only say the black land right here. You see what I mean? I'm just giving them some credit. You're right.
The whole now delta. Okay.
What you manifest is a good inquiry, but you have to give these scholars credit that they probably know at this time period, Kemet do represent all of Egypt because it did grow into that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, and in the version that I have, it doesn't say they belong to Egypt. It just says the land of Egypt, as if they're comparing all three. And that was my concern, the same as American Dream is, are they comparing or distinguishing the Egyptians from the Cushites? And it doesn't appear so to me now. It seems as if they're distinguishing the Syrians and the Cushites, because it does say thou distinguishes the foreign peoples. So I think I've got some clarity.
Well, when we do this a lot of the times, I've learned that the scholars be really right because they doing what we doing and they do it for years. So what I'm going to do is try to actually find the one you looking at because I'm looking at Akhenatens. And that difference might be just a small difference between the two. You see what I mean? And so let's try to find the one that would be earlier before it would be earlier. So,
because I'm thinking during Akhenaten, it wouldn't even have been Hekapatah. It probably would have been Memphis.
Well, it seems from looking at that primary text that at that time it was Kemet.
It was Kemet.
And Tameri. Those are the two that they used.
Yeah, and to even be more specific, during this time, this 18th dynasty time, it probably was in Waset.
Waset.
And in that Theban, remember that whole 18th dynasty?
Yeah.
That's that Theban family line. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when I be pointing out how Thebes is just one nome above Egyptian Nubia, people need to realize that when you need to get it popping, you had to go to Thebes. Even the Greeks went to Thebes to get coronated. They didn't want to stay there though. How many Greeks ruled from Thebes? I don't know. But I don't think they wanted to stay there, but they went for their the Ptolemies went for their coronation. I don't find this other version. And I know it's in here, but it should be the same line. It should be a duplicate. Normally the lines duplicate. But I'll show you some of the other ones that are interesting. Stella of Mentuhotep. People are of the same skin. And this is like 500 maybe years earlier. So we could see the concept out here, bruh. People are of the same skin, even if they was talking about a ram skin. They like, yo, if y'all rocking the same get down, y'all the same people. But they were talking about actual human skin.
I don't know why it's such a bad thing if people recognize that somebody had different skin.
Because people gonna turn it into the Egyptians was the first races. That's what they're gonna do.
I mean, this is okay. So when the Greeks start to tell you what they see, or are they recognizing different races? You know, when did this phenomenon start? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, if the Greeks are telling you what they see, aren't they telling you that they see they're identifying different races of people or something? So would you give it to the Greeks?
So look, when we look at Canaanites, that's a good example, I think, to use Iron Age and Bronze Age, because when the Greeks come along, we say they start calling them people Phoenicians. You know what I'm saying? But they're basically still Canaanites, right? Tyrians and Sidonians, you know what I'm saying? They call them Phoenician because of the purple, or, you know, they can't pronounce the Ponit, they can't pronounce Canaan, so they calling them, but they're still the same people, right?
I wasn't all the way
Smash.
listening. Huh?
Smash. I came to make a suggestion.
What's that?
Yeah, Smash. Remember some days ago you were doing research on the word wretched, Hesse. Yeah. I think you have one of the unique works on that work, because what we have out there is the book Wretched Kush.
Exactly.
And it gives the idea that the word is often used with regards to the Kushites. I was reading the instructions of Mary Carey today, and I saw the Asiatics being referred to as wretched. And I was like, Smash was telling us this. He was actually going through the dictionary. So I think it would be very useful if you could put together an article, just like you used to do back in the day, on your.
Yeah, I just wrote one the other day. I started, you know what, like 5 days ago I wrote it. I ain't published it yet, but I started back right. So I think I might.
Yeah, man.
Now, as we close this show out, let's just look at the concept of skin. Let's not be black. Always be black, but let's not try to blackology this out to say that the skin that they was talking about was always the blackest. Don't even think about that. Just think about the multiplicity of skin and how they're addressing it. Here, this says, go right ahead.
I was gonna ask, is it gonna always be the alligator glyph that we see when they refer to it as?
Not an alligator glyph. Yeah. No, that's black skin. If that would be a compound word where they put that I6 glyph. I don't want to call it alligator, but the I6 glyph, it'll be a compound word. Well, and so these are just the word for skin. But it says they will make your skin excellent. This is in the region of Thebes. Again, that's probably some butter or some lotion. Let's not think about color all the time unless they say that. He makes your skin thrive with gold. All right? If y'all want me to click into any to see what they talking about, I will. But I just want us to see how they definitely wasn't tripping. They knew skin had come on, man. If you didn't tripping on skin, you're going to have stupid dumb eczema in that sun, dude.
Smash. Is the word for gold noob?
Yep, right here. See Nebu? You see the Nebu? You see the Nebu right here? Yep. So look, he will give you gold on your body, perfect skin on your extremities. Now, if you want to look to get any of these contexts while I'm speed reading, you read this line right here. And you really just read this part. It's an embalming ritual, right? So they're not talking to a human. They're trying to make the skin last for ages. That's that part. Putting the gold.
Okay, slow down, Smash. So in all of these different attestations, I guess that's what you're reading. They're using this hieroglyph for the skin, right?
Yep, exactly. And
so all of this. So,
but they spelling the whole word. So I know what you're thinking. But go ahead.
No, I just want to just make sure that
they're not just using
that's the alternative. This hieroglyph right here.
Yep, but they just not. They spell out the word to take away the at least in the TLA dictionary entry they're doing that. We could look at the primary and see what that do. But these are all appear to be from Thebes West, and this is even some from the same text. This is the embalming ritual. So I tripped off this when I first found it because I thought I found some white people. It says, the Ari pigment of your skin is pure Ari pigment. I was like, oh shit. Y'all know what Ari pigment is? It's like yellow. So I was like, finally, I found them talking about some Mediterraneans. Look, that's all, nigga. Yo, you feel me? So, but when I looked, this ain't.
Yeah, it says something about the outflow of Ra. Like, that's just like some rays of Ra.
Yeah, that's what they embalming somebody and they put this pigment on their skin. Like, I had to click in and read this whole one because I thought I knew Ari pigment what color that was. You know what I'm saying? But here, may your skin be anointed in the dew-eye. The lotion was a thing, you know what I'm saying? They don't want you to be dry and ashy. I'm just saying, why else you gonna anoint the skin, bro? Somebody gonna look at that all metaphysically. Nah, that's lotion, B. But whatever. His skin. And you can say, no, it's not, and I'll be willing to accept that. But he didn't know his taboo crime is gold because of his color. What? Because of its color? Not his color. What's this? F? Is this his color? Because of his color. I would read this at another time to see what they're talking about. They saying because the gold color, bro. That's the gold's color. So the gold, he didn't know something was gold. His taboo crime is gold because of his color, but he didn't know.
You gotta see. Look up.
You want me to look into it? All right, let's read this.
No. I'm saying, look at the glyphs up there. You see where it's got right behind the owls that box with them lines. They didn't know what that glyph was.
Yeah. This rendition got something broke off. I presume it's gonna be the hieroglyph though. You feel me?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
because that would be the constant. Out of all of these.
Yeah.
That's deep. How you just. Well, yeah. That was,
eventually, you can see what's in the broken up.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. He said, "Yeah, I would assume," and then I was like, "Damn!" As soon as you said it, that was crazy. I'm like, "Yeah, that would make sense. That it would be that hieroglyph based on keep going up." Go to the next one.
All right, yeah. It says, the taboo crime is gold because of the coloring of the body of God.
That's all, man.
But y'all got to remember, we looking at the word for skin. They taking liberties here, but this ain't black. Don't get black. I just want us to understand. It's gold. It's gold because of the coloring, right? Why is that? Because we got three options for our name. So every time we read these attestations, just remember when we see color or skin color, we should see which one fits in there the most easy. Like the taboo gold is in its place. It is the coloring it has. That's right. It ain't the skin color it has.
On that last one, so would it be 3 strokes that's missing? No, you moved.
Oh, which one?
The one right there.
Yeah, exactly. See, look,
I'm getting it in, Smash. I'm telling you.
I told you, now you just gotta start really
crazy.
Just buy a glyph book. You don't want to buy a book, huh?
Yeah, no. Just one day we'll talk about it. Tell me which book I need to get.
Word up.
You and Chris, because I like Chris's he's very astute on making sure we in the right time frame. He's like, this the 18th dynasty.
Yeah, exactly.
He made sure we on point with what time period that we talk about. And that's my type of I like that.
See, now this is why you don't go into debate with one text, because I would have came back with this one and beat y'all up. Well, it says here, thou art the Lord of forms, of numerous appearances, literally skins, and this the same one, we got skin color. Who veils himself from his children in the Amduat. So he would take all on those skin colors. How about that? The Netra will take on any skin color. I mean, am I going too far? Let me show you. This is the same word where you got to choose. Choose of these 3. Feel me?
You just think about that. If you live the righteous life, why would you be denied no matter what? You know what I mean?
Well, this is the Lord of forms. So they talking to a Netra. Neb Keperu, the Lord of change. Asat is gonna be lizard numerous. So they say numerous. Appearances. No, you don't got numerous appearances. You got numerous. Here go the word we was looking at. Appearances ain't even on here. You either got numerous skins, you got numerous hides, or you got numerous skin colors. And I'm gonna tell you right now, he got numerous skin colors. But he could have numerous skins, right? It say it in parentheses. So this contradicts racism. Well, that doesn't necessarily, because the opponent would say to me, well, that's what God do, not the Egyptians. Because they say right here, thou art the Lord of forms. But the Egyptians said, nope, the Egyptians said the Netra did that too, right? The Egyptians didn't take the impious on themselves to say, we saying they different. They said, Ra, you said they was different. Because you distinguished them. So, but now this will still be, I would use this to counteract anything we talked about tonight. Because if he's the Lord of all forms, it don't say all. Yeah, it do say all. No, that's Neb Keperu. So he's the Lord of transformation. Asat lizards, so this is numerous, right? Yeah. Right? And then you got skin color. You're the Lord of numerous skin colors, bro. So now you got to think theosophically. If God will allow the people,
where text come from, man?
Huh? That text messed it up, huh?
where this come from?
We're gonna see. This is Papyrus Turin in the museum, Egyptian Museum, number 1791. But you want to see the region, the area it came from, the area it came from. Or what you want to see? Let's see.
Say for Ptolemy Rome. That's why I just want to know the time.
It's Ptolemaic. Yeah, it's Ptolemaic.
Yeah. Okay.
But it still could be used to say that they saying that they nature mess with all the different skin colors. Am I taking that? Am I overdoing that?
That's not what it's saying, but it is a Ptolemaic period, though. Keep that in mind. These the Romans saying this.
So they trying to squeeze themselves in.
They want to be black.
Yeah, they trying to squeeze themselves in.
Yo,
because
look how we done flipped that.
No, because Ra was saying what he said. First, look. When they wasn't here, Ra was like, they different, bruh. Then they got here, now he's switching up. They are all my children.
Yeah, that could be them writing themselves in the history, literally.
That's exactly what it is. I'm like, man, this don't sound like the Egyptians, man. Like, where? Go let me see who said this.
yo, but see, that's why Chris keep keeping us on point with them time periods. Like, who's saying this, right? So, yeah, that's deep.
Well,
yeah, that's something to think about.
I'm telling you, bruh. Remember when it say color, we got 3 options. Because there go some Ptolemies talking about, hey, bro, I want to give you color. But the option could be, they want to give you some, but they could be literal like, bro, you hella white, bro. I'm just saying. Hey, what am I supposed to say? I know essence and liveliness is a part of it. But in the same text, it switched to the skin color. So you telling me this dude who writing this word, see, this is what they want you to think. This is the same author, right? Who used the word right here, the same word, and was saying color. Then he came a sentence later and used the same word to say skin color. That'd be hard for me to believe.
Have you ever read this whole little joint with they talking about, right?
No,
this the same author. What is he talking about?
I read these excerpts.
Like, so we can get the context.
Well, let's do it. I mean, we could go in. That's why this is so useful. We could go see what the hell they talking about. Exactly.
Right, we nosy.
This how you know the answer.
3,000 years ago, we read somebody.
Man, you're going to remember this one day when somebody lying. And you're going to be like, no, it's a papyrus to read that say. You feel me? So that's why I like reading them all, even if I don't know how they'll be useful later. Spell to land and not allow the eye to be hurt. For the purpose of consolidating the corpse and drinking its flood waters, okay? So what are they talking about? Consolidating the corpse and drinking its flood waters? See, these Ptolemies come in tripping. Let's go over here and see what's going on.
Like a horror movie.
Exactly.
What did he talk?
Ptolemies get here butchering. It wasn't sounding like this to them. To speak, oh, you biatch. Look, they going crazy. Nah, I'm saying it says Betch Inu. What is Betch Inu? I don't know that either. Let's go see. Oh, excuse my language. Oh, you bet you knew. Twice. You great one. Twice. I'm in twice. You lying. What? Oh, they messed up the metal nature. What's all this twice stuff and stuff?
You know, they probably sang twice.
Oh, you on the hidden nature, the hidden form, Lord of the pair of horns, Horus the Great of Newt, and the variant is his name. They got that variant. This is look at these variants. You never heard of this as being his name. They biting. So you telling me this is Heru name?
I'm like, who was that? You know, you in the hood, you be like, man, who was that? You ain't never seen him before.
This must be the
like,
Nisu.
what is that? I ain't never seen
This
that.
is another name of the Nisu. So let's look at the top. Because they ain't even said his cartouche name yet. So they're giving them some hidden names. What's the context of this text? Proverbs start. What is this text? Lepsis Book of the Dead.
Thieves. It say thieves. What is that about?
This is in the Egyptian Book of the Dead by Lepsis. It came from Thebes, but it's. I told you the Ptolemies was trying to be Theban, bro. Why they go way down to the cut? Why they didn't stay in the Mediterranean?
This is definitely the end.
Why they wasn't in Alexandria? Why this ain't found in Alexandria? Huh?
Yeah. This one, Alexander, was in Egypt.
But we see what they doing. So here it go right here. I have your coloring in front of my eyes. It is in my eyes. What? Hold on. Let's slow this down. Oh, Amen, what I need is in your hands. I know your name. I can name your shape. That means I can see you. You know, Amen is supposed to be hidden. Now, I have your coloring. I can see your color. So they are talking about color right here. Skin. I can see your skin. I can see your hide, or I can see your skin color. And they say, I see your color. So they talk about. See, there's another word for color. This is the trick. There's another word very close to this anim when you're trying to say color, like color crayons. So they messed up here because I know the other word should have a D right here. IDM. Right? You see JDM is IDM. And that would be color like color crayons. I can simply show it just by going like this. It's not hard. Look, ID. I'm going to do JDM. JDM. It's going to look just like the other one. They can fool people who don't know the text. But if you want to say color like that, you're going to go like this. Look. Come on. Pop up on the first try. Thank you. Now, let's find it. High quality linen. Or do I have to show y'all another way? Let me see. Damn. Well, I got it in my presentation that's open already. So instead of doing that, I can just go to this and show you. Hold up. We do need to see this anyway. So let me try to show you if I can find it. Is it in this presentation? No, it's in the other one. And I just be putting together a presentation. I need to go into the world with these damn presentations. I might put together a rap tour where I ain't rapping. They're going to think I'm rapping, but I'm going to tell them on the flyer. It's going to be an hour-long presentation. And if y'all like the presentation, I might spit some bars at the end. But I notice the people who like my information don't give a damn about my music. I'm just keeping it real. So I would try to merge those two audiences, but if I do a video talking about hip-hop, ain't nobody going to watch.
Mm-hmm. You should do an end of the year thing, where you wrap up everything that happened. You know what I'm saying?
The conscious community wrap up. How people was black in the beginning and now they Mediterranean at the end.
That'd be dope.
I ain't changing. Data gotta change it. Well, I'm looking for something. I'm still looking, but I see so many different things to show y'all real quick, but I'm not gonna get caught up with that.
Yeah, that was a great idea.
What was?
The end of the year wrap up. I'm just tripping on how you broke it down real fast. You said how they was Mediterranean by the end of the year.
You feel me? Oh, I know the word I'm looking for.
They did start off. We did have a couple of people fall off.
Yeah, I ain't tripping. They gonna fall back on. I move me.
Yeah.
Because it ain't gonna be. I'm a you can't beat them, join them, bro. I bet you can't beat them, join them. It ain't now. I ain't never gonna get steamrolled, especially with no lies. You can scream as loud as you want to. You could try to act hip. You could try to act cool. None of that's going to work. The truth will prevail, especially in a persona like mine, because I'm going to come at your ass with this truth. I'm not going to sit back passively with the truth. The truth is the biggest sword to yield. I'll slice your ass from over here. And don't act like you don't think I don't think you watching. I know that all the time. Every time I make a remark, I know you in the bushes. You just need to know if you the you I'm talking about. See? So we can play them games too.
I was thinking of a title of a show this morning. I say Smash need to do a show called Hit Dogs Holler.
That's how you find out who in the bushes, huh?
Hit Dogs Holler.
See how I go? All right, here go one. Now this is for my brother.
Title.
That was from the hymn to the now. Now I know where to find it. But that's the hymn to the now. So the now is restoring the people's skin. But I still wanted to show y'all something else. It's just so many slides I got to go through. Sorry.
Hey, Smash, you mind if I ask Sunchild that question?
There you go. What's up?
That's what's up. Sunchild, you have an interesting understanding of what the Book of Gates said. In your understanding, are the Cushites or the Nubians counted among the foreigners?
Yes, no. No, yes. It seems to be comparing the Syrians and the Cushites.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if they consider the Syrians.
This is the thing. Hold on, let me.
Foreigners.
American Dream. This is the thing. I tried to say this earlier, and I made the mistake that probably confused you. We've been analyzing a completely different text this whole time, American Dream, and so I don't even think Sunchild has spoken to that other text. We've been looking at the hymn of the Act, bro.
I'm referring to what Sunchild said. So Sunchild, I'm asking, do you agree or do you disagree that the Cushites or the Nubians and the Syrians are all counted among the foreigners?
That's hecker too.
Yeah, I think that's what the foreigners are. The Syrians and the Cushites are what he's calling the foreign peoples. Yes.
On what text? Hold on, you're not doing this bullshit on my show, American Dream. They're called the foreigners on what text?
On the text that we were looking at.
Exactly. See, American Dream is doing the pseudo. He's talking about another text. American Dream is doing this on purpose. He talking about the Book of the Gates that we was talking about at the beginning of the show. Then he's asking Sunchild, where it clearly say they different foreigners on another text to try to make you think it's saying it on another text. And I have to let people know that. You can unmute yourself, American Dream. Excuse me. So what's that background noise I hear? I'm about to go watch that show. But go ahead. I didn't want to. You got the last words, American Dream.
He got something.
American Dream, you got the last words. Who's that? I'll tell her, give me 5 minutes. I'll give her a call. 5 minutes, Sid. All right, I'm about to go call my daughter. I've been bickering on the phone too much. But American Dream.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm right here. I was muted. Sunchild, I'm just trying to be clear. From what you read from the source you had, does it count the Cushites, or I think you said it was the Nubians? Did it count the Nubians among the foreigners?
Yeah, the Syrians and Nubians. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Man, both y'all about to get kicked off. Because y'all ain't learned shit watching this whole damn show. I'm sorry. I do this shit for real. Now, peace. Now, this is what just happened. Golly, you let them do you like that and trick you into saying some foolishness. I sat here for free, went through the ancient Egyptian text, and showed you the error in saying that those was Nubians. Didn't I?
They Southerners.
It don't, but when we click the word to say Kush,
Mm-hmm.
I went through my efforts, spent 4 hours doing that shit, and I'm about to end the show with some motherfuckers fucking that up? No, not at all. As a matter of fact, it don't say shit about no Nubians unless you reading white people words. I took y'all to the text. We read it. And I thought, I don't like spending hella time helping and finding out I ain't helped shit. At the end of the goddamn show, we espouse the biggest error we just spent 5 hours explaining about.
Damn.
Nah, that's why you can't be letting American dream slide through.
That's
bro.
why I just kicked his ass like that.
Cause like
he
you
just
got
make for
to-
good.
I thought
Y'all
it's
gotta
good
understand.
for
I
you.
need content from somewhere.
Right,
If we
but
all
yeah,
agree,
at
it turned
some
to an echo
point, come
chamber.
on.
So I let him in to beat him up, and then it wound up like this. I hope you don't think it's gonna ever change.
So basically, let me see what I learned about it. So Gardner, right? It was his translation that was in error, right? He was the one who said it was. He was talking about it was a race.
Oh no! So basically, he cleans. I mean, the later scholars clean it up, who come out and let us know that this term shouldn't be looked at as a race. It's just looked as a generality for people. And if we say people, we say people. But from the perspective of anyone saying people, a lot of times when you say people, you don't have to say my. You kind of like just when we say power to the people. We're never saying my people. And when we say the people, we still ain't including everybody. Why is that? If you say power to the people, is that supposed to go to every individual human on earth? Yes or no?
Nope, not from what I know.
Exactly. So even when we say people, sometimes we are talking about specific groups, but notice how we said people and didn't indicate no type of race. Now I'm getting to Smash Rockwell.
Basically, hold on. So you saying when they saying rematch, they not necessarily saying the other races, but then they are saying the other races as they saying the word people, which is just a simple word for people. But you know, based on, I guess, geography, that they're probably going to be talking about their people. You know what I'm saying? When they say rematch, and they're talking about within the encompass of their territory, they're talking about Egyptian people. Not even, and that's excluding color. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I might go beat up Garfield after I eat this lunch. So let's go see how much smack he over there talking.
Well,
Shout out to you, Sunchild. I just got mad because I'm like, God damn, how you gonna let him set you up like that? But it's all love. Thanks for all the inquiries and what you provided to the show.
All right, peace.
If you want to say your last words, I see you just came back in, Sunchild, so you got the floor. Maybe your mic's not working now. All right. Well, again, I hope you hear my kind words to you. I'm out. Peace. All right. And I thought I said peace. What happened?
Hey, am I in?
There you go. Yeah, I'm glad you got to get in before we close down.
Yeah, it's all good, brother. I know you want to go, so I'll just let you go. I just wasn't sure why I got in trouble for saying that.
Because we talked with blood. So you wasn't fucking with me none of the time when we was trying to explain, and we showed on the screen that where you keep saying Nubian, the actual word is Kush.
No, I got that. I'm just talking about where he mentioned foreign peoples.
I know, but American Dream tricked you into taking your American attestation that say Nubians and say he was talking about them. You feel me? And now again, and so that's I was like, oh, he about to trick you. And he did it. He was like, and because we was talking about two different texts anyway. The text he's talking about is the Book of the Gates, and he's trying to make them into races. Right? But anyway, it's all love. It's not just to take me with a grain of salt. I appreciate y'all for contributing to the show. And I'm about to go beat up Garfield if he's talking crazy. All right, appreciate y'all. Peace. Yeah, shout out to y'all. And never take my passion for, like, we ain't in the streets. I can't reach, you ain't gonna reach through the computer and touch me, so I don't care how much you express yourself. I like the passion. It makes for a better show. But if I'm the only one with it, it seems lopsided, like I'm acting funny style towards people. It's never that. It's always good. And you just get addressed appropriately on my show. If you a gentleman, I'm a gentleman. Y'all know that. Golly, if you think you hot, I think I'm hot. All right, but we have, lastly, in going, this is the word I was trying to show. The other word I said was IDM is actually INM or IWN. Now, they could have selected, if they did want to say color, this is a different term, IWN, I win, not INM, which is the skin color of a man or animal. So that last attestation we was looking at, the fix was in. It's the Smash Rockwell Show, and guess what? I'm gonna send y'all out with a treat, some heat. Let y'all hear the hottest little, let you know you can't mess with Smash out right now. I call this song Hard Koof. Let's go.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard Koof. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king. You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig?